Hello, everyone. My name is Katie, and welcome to the Greenland Quilter. Um, I'm trying to learn how to do something right now. I had to go and buy a new laptop today, and the store did not have. Um, they had two laptops, and they were the lower ended ones. So I don't know how the live is going to go tonight. So I'm going to be asking more than one time tonight if you can see me okay. Does the video seem okay? What I mean is the video where you see my face, not up here, because I know you can see that now. Before you couldn't see that, but now you do. But what I need to know is if the video is coming through okay. Can you see me okay? Does it seem dark? Um, this is a temporary solution until we get to Denmark and get about, find what we need to replace all the hardware I'm having issues with right now. Basically, what's happened to my other laptop is it's overheating, and for the last 3 days, it would run the live, but it would make weird things happen on the screen, and I couldn't access YouTube or anything else. So we are going to see what we can do. Also, I might be wrong, but there is issues. Apparently Greenland is being hacked since yesterday, and so I don't know if some of my internet issues last night, which I thought was just my laptop because of the way things were going last night. I don't know, maybe our internet access is being, I don't know. All I know is a bunch of government stuff was hacked last night during the early morning hours, and uh, they've determined that it's bad actors from Russia. I don't know how they're able to prove that. But anyway, it's kind of weird because I'm on this new laptop, but I can see you from the, yeah. So just let me know how things are going. Um, Judy says she can see and hear me. Everything looks great. I know some are going to be aggravated by my rig, but I can't do anything about it till I figure out something else. Because norm in the other laptop you couldn't see it. This is a much smaller laptop, and that's probably what the deal is because it's smaller. So the screen is not as big, and it could be why you're seeing this because the cameras. I don't know. I really don't understand. I had a hard time even bringing the little laptop online because it wanted me to. It wouldn't let me download Google Chrome because I don't know. I had to like extricate myself from the Microsoft stuff by saying I didn't want to be part of it just so I could download the browsers I wanted to run. So I don't know. Microsoft is trying to, I guess they're trying to have the monopoly on something. So anyway, so it's weird. I feel like I should be hearing something, but it's probably because I'm used to having someone with me and they're not with me tonight. I don't have anyone with me. So any of you who want to get on the live, let me know. All right. So hi, Happy. Hello, Judy. And hello, Lee. Welcome, welcome. And hello, Judy Hebert. And that reminds me, I need to put Lee on my list of channels to do shout outs on. I'm getting ready to do two in just a minute. Okay, so Anfield Lee, because I want to add him to the list. All right. So what I'm gonna do first, like I've been doing for the last several weeks, or the last, it's been almost a month with my 28-day challenge. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna go have a peek at a couple channels first, and then we will start the live. So the first channel we're going to go visit is going to be, and let me see who it is I'm supposed to be. We're going to go look at, her name is Brittany from, uh-oh, that's not good. From Bobbin with Brittany. So let's go find her channel. I forgot to do that on this. I'm bringing this up here for a minute. Sorry, guys. Okay. Let's do Bobbin with Brittany first. All right. And I know you're looking at the ceiling right now. Just, yeah, because I need to buy a mouse and a keyboard for this laptop because the other one is on the other one. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and share the screen. And because this laptop's new, it's going to take me a little bit longer to navigate through everything, like how to show. Oh, here we go. Here's the share button. So we're going to share and we're going to go to Brittany's page. And I'll need someone in the chat to let me know that you can see what I'm showing you, because I won't know if you see it or not, which means, yeah, I need to get back to where I was at. Yeah, y'all. Hi, Christina. Okay, I have my troll hip waiters. Haha. All right, so let me know if you can see Bobbin with Brittany's website, please. Someone. And then I'll come back to the channel in a minute. She says, so far, no. We have the 30-second delay. This is so weird. Yeah. Da-da-da. Don't, let's hurry up and get this. Oh, I have to click share. That would help. Duh. I forgot to hit the share button. Sorry, guys. Hello, everyone. While I'm waiting, now we're going to have a screen. Nope, just your laptop. Okay, here we are. So, this is Brittany's. It's called Bobbin with Brittany. I found her, or I just stumbled onto her over on Sean's channel, and I thought, since I don't know who she is, it would be a great way to share with you guys who she is. So I'm going to share her link in the channel so that later you guys can go over and subscribe to her channel, watch some of her videos, and yeah, get to know her. Okay, so her name is Bobbin with Brittany, and she says helping beginner quilters confidently create beautiful quilts by sharing start to finish tutorials, celebrating the journey, including mistakes, and showcasing inspiring fabrics and techniques like needle turn, applique, and long arming. She has about 4,029K, yeah, 4,029 subscribers, and she has around 120 videos. Okay, so let's go see if she has any playlists. So I'm having to use the mouse pad on this new laptop. Okay, so she has some playlists like machine embroidery stitch outs, free motion quilting, weekly updates, quilt tutorials, Island Batik Ambassador. Man, I need to hit her up on that one. Me Time Delivered, and Open Gate subscription box. So here we are with another person who does Open Gate subscriptions. Let's see if she has some shorts. And she does. So there's some shorts for y'all to go get to know her quickly by watching her shorts. And then she's got all of her videos listed here so that you can, peruse through them and see what catches your fancy and watch her videos. So this is Brittany, Bobbin with Brittany's YouTube channel. I am going to see if this Zoom will let me switch to another browser screen, but I'm not holding my breath. Probably not. Let me go back out again and because the next place we're going to go to is we're going to go to Shannon's website, from Slay Arts. And I've had her on my channel. I've interviewed her. She's come and sewn with me. She's a really nice person. And I'll be sharing her link here in just a second. She goes by Slate. I'm just going to put in here and see if the bot is awake yet. Okay. In the meantime, let me share the screen again. I'll get where this is easier. It just seems like it's always a hot mess. Okay, so let's share the screen again. So this was going to be Shannon from Slay Arts. And yeah, the bot's asleep, I see, as always. So let's share her link in here. Okay, can everybody see the screen now? I hope so. All right, so this is Shannon from Slay Arts. She has 1,032 subscribers with 290 videos, and she is a really nice person. I really had a good time getting to know her. She has a she has a lot of skill. Let's go look at her playlist. She has finished What I Started series, 60 Fabulous Stars, Heart of the Line, which looks like a legit kit, or that I forget the other company. Neon Nights pattern, Mini Blue Jay, that's a legit kit right there. MJ Kinman patterns, Force for Trees, SAL, Whimsy Wonderland, the 1718 coverlet, all kinds of, as you can see, she has all kinds of playlists. She loves, I do know one thing about her. She likes foundation paper piecing. Let's see if she has any podcasts. She might just have a podcast here. Let's see what she got. Yep, she has 53 episodes in her Wednesday evening podcast. Let's see if she has any shorts. Yes, she has some shorts so you can get to know her quickly while you're deciding on what you want to watch. And she has a lot of videos, like I said. So there's plenty here for anyone, depending on what it is you like. Um, she she definitely knows what she's doing, and she has a great studio. When you sit down, when I've sat down with her, the couple times I have, sung with her, plus did the interview, she has a beautiful studio. She's a really cool person. Okay, so that's my 2 shout out channels for the night. All righty then. Now, what am I going to talk about next? Okay, let me say hi to everyone in the chat first. Hi, Happy. Hello, Judy Hebert. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Lee. It's good to see you. Hello, Nina. It's good to see you too. And hello, Rita. I hope you've been having a good day. Hi, Christina. Christina, are you at QuiltCon yet? Or are you sitting this one out? And then Rita says, okay, I have my troll hip waders on, haha. Yep, because we never know what we're going to have tonight. Hello, Pat. It's good to see you. Hello to, who have I not said hi to? Hi. Yeah. Hey, Janet, it's good to see you too. Rita says, nice. I already subbed to her. Okay, but it's the first time I've been to Brittany's page. So that was interesting, getting to know her before I started this live. Hello, Deb Loves Crafts. It's good to see you. And hello, Jean. Good to see you too. All right. Before I tell you what I'm going to work on tonight, because I was going to work on block number 36. Katie's not feeling it today again. Hi, Mona. So we're not going to do it today. Sorry. I will do it. I will get it done next week, or I might do it. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. Maybe I'll be in a better frame of mind. But I am going to continue working. I'm going to work on 2 different things. I'm going to make, because I have some blocks to show you guys from my Katie's Creative Chaos. I got all of those 9-patch blocks sewn together, all 5 of them. So I'm going to show them tonight. I'm also going to make some more 4-patch blocks along with some hourglass blocks. That's my intent anyway. But not only that, I thought if I got, I have set aside some more of these square into squares for Alice's Wonderland. So I might just even work on those 2 tonight, just to keep busy. Here's my plan. Most everybody is at QuiltCon that has a live on a Friday night. I'm not sure about whether Donna went to QuiltCon or not, but I do know that Ian went, Becca went. So I'm just going to let my live run until I'm had enough of it tonight. So it might run until William starts his live. We'll see what happens, because I'm on a mission to make more blocks for Katie's Creative Chaos. But what I want to talk to you first about is today is the day that Fat Quarter Shop dropped their first block for Socialites 3. And I will be sharing some links with you guys here in just a second that I've saved so those of you who might want to do socialites can. And so here's why I'm bringing it up. Shonda and I are doing a collaboration together, and we will be working, or we'll be sharing with you our, so we're going to do 2 blocks a piece, but we're not starting our live collab until March because we're going to wait 2 weeks because after Kimberly started hers before we start ours, because what we're going to do is we're going to do every other week at a live on a Friday night, and we'll be doing 2 blocks. I'll be sewing the even number on a live, and she'll be sewing the odd number on the live, and the other block. So here's an example. When we have our first live, we'll already have block number 1 and 2 to sew. So she's going to sew number 1 online, and I'm going to sew number 2 online, and I'm going to sew number 1 offline, and she's going to sew number 2 offline. I hope that makes sense. So what we're doing is we're rotating. She's going to do odd numbers on the lives, and I'm going to do even numbers, and the other block will do offline based on how we're doing it. And then she'll be joining me every like for March. On March the 6th, we'll be together to sew blocks 1 and 2. And on the 20th of March, we will sew 3 and 4 and so forth. And I'll be putting out a schedule of when we're going to do what and who's going to do what. That way y'all understand what we're talking about, because I know that sounds rather confusing. So basically we're going to run about 2 weeks behind Fat Quarter Shop, and that was intentional. We did not want to, because Shonda works for a living. And so there is no way without putting pressure on her that she can keep up. So we sat down and we figured out how we're going to do it. We're going to do it in a more relaxed manner. Now, we're not going to drag it out way months after Fat Quarter Shop finishes. We'll run about 2 weeks late behind Fat Quarter Shop when she's dropping the blocks. And when she comes to the end of the blocks in August, we will finish. I think we're scheduled. The last date we have in our calendar for when we are going to finish up, actually I have the schedule here, and we'll go over the schedule of Fat Quarter Shop in just a minute. But our last block we will finish on September the 11th. Now, Fat Quarter Shop will stop their sew. Their last block will go on the last block will be August the 14th. So we're just going to run about two and a half to 3 weeks behind. And we're okay with that, because then as we get closer to September, we'll let you guys know how we're going. We're probably going to use a live to sew all the blocks together. And she's already got her colorway picked out. I'm going to be doing I'm almost positive that my colorways are going to be blues and purples, unless I change my mind and decide I want it to be all bright like everything else. But I've never made a blue and purple quilt before, and I do have 2 Fat Quarter bundles that I can do that with. So that's what I'll probably do. I just have to make a decision on the background, and I've been looking at this. I have I believe I have enough yardage here of this color. I don't know if you can see it underneath the other camera or not, but it's a very light turquoise, but it's definitely a blender background that can be used. And if I use this with blue, all darker colors, this should work. It'll be a great background. And I'm pretty sure I have enough of this to do that with. So I think that's what I'm going to use as the background. I had bought it with that intention of doing it. I've had this yardage for a long time now. I've been waiting to use it as a background. I just didn't know when I was going to use it as a background. I got it on sale from Missouri Star, so I snapped it up. And now I am going to use it as the background. And I'll probably, as soon as I get our schedule on the community tab and on the Facebook group, along with all the information you need, I'll also show you the 2 fat quarter bundles I'm going to be dipping into, because I'm not going to be using scraps. I'm going to actually dip into my crack 2 bundles to pull specific colors out, and we'll see what happens. We'll see if I can come up with a beautiful quilt by doing those colors. So the block they dropped today was called Idyllic Block. It's designed by Chelsea Stratton, and it's a really simplified block. As you can see there. All right, so that was today's block. And basically, from what I can tell, the blocks start out pretty simple. And then as time goes by, they get a little more advanced. But Fat Quarter Shop didn't go too advanced, but their instructions is phenomenal. There is no reason why anyone can't follow them. So I have a few links I need to share with you so you know where to go find all this stuff. So let me share. First, I'm going to share the link. That is the Socialites 3 Information Fat Quarter Shop packet. So I'll share that with you first so you'll know where to go get it. And I will also have this in my description box, or probably in the comments section below the live, so you can find it easier instead of trying to go through my description box. What I'll do is after the live tonight, I'll post all these links again in the comments section and pin them so you can find them. Okay, and then here's the next link I'm going to share with you is going to be the Socialites 3 pre-cut guide should you want to use pre-cuts, because it'll tell you how much to use of each, or how much it's going to take based on pre-cuts and the size you're going to be, because there's going to be 3-inch blocks, 6-inch blocks, and 9-inch blocks, and it's up to you which ones you choose to do. So here's the second link. And then the third link I'm going to share with you here is block number 1. And I will put that in there for you also. And like I said, I'll this weekend after, I'll get everything online on my YouTube channel, because I'm not in a rush, because technically Shonda and I are not going to start do our first live until March the 6th. So I have enough time to get all this information up, but I'm going to try to get the main information up so that if you want to join us in Socialites sewing with us, you can go print out these guides and everything that you need, gather up what fabric you plan on using in your background, and then when we sew on the 6th, with her doing block 1 and me doing block 2, you'll be able to sew along with us together. And that's how we're going to do it. And see, the next time we get together, she'll be doing block 3, I'll be doing block 4. But they'll all we'll have all 4, both versions. Both of us will have 2 blocks each. Just I know I'm not explaining it right. Okay, so enough about that. Let me see who else strolled in here I missed. And Mona says hello. Hi, Christina. Yes, I am in Raleigh and Sherry, and met Sherry. Sherry's such a sweetheart. Rita says, I am, attempting to add an applique that has 49 pieces. Hugs and prayers. Mona says, hugs, prayers for a peaceful frame of mind. And hi, Cindy. Welcome, welcome. Happy says, I think I have some of that batik background. You probably do, because I bought, it's been around for a little while. Hi, Jennifer. It's good to see you. Rita says 8-pointed star. And Happy says that's a great idea. How many of you guys are experts with heat and bond that you use for appliques and other things? Because I want to show y'all something, but I need someone who actually knows a lot about heat and bond stuff, because what I'm going to show you, I need to find out if it's the right stuff. Okay, and then Andrea says, howdy, everyone. Welcome, welcome. And then Rita says, Katie, I'm trying at this so long thing, but for me, it's really hard to do the waiting thing. Well, sorry, I don't know what to tell you, man. This is part of what a sew along consists of, is having to wait. So anyone an expert with heat and bond stuff that you use for appliquing? Anyone? No one? Really? Not one person? Wow. Happy says she's used it because heat and bond, I have used it for years, but do not prefer to do it. It makes the fabric stiff, says Reed. Well, how else are you gonna do applique without it? I can't imagine not doing it. I need someone I can ask questions about because I have a box of heat and bond and I need to know if it's the right stuff. I've had it for a while. I bought it in a, it came in, it came from Soya when they were selling a bunch of them and they were really cheap when I bought it. So I need to ask questions about it. Rita says, I buy heat and bond by the roll. This one is a big roll, but I don't know if it's the right kind. I prefer SF101. So if I show it to you, can you answer some questions for me, you guys? Okay, hold on. Okay. Now this roll of stuff doesn't even have a label on it, but it feels like it has the sticky stuff that's supposed to stick to the fabric on one side here. Oh, here I can peel it back a little bit, but I'm not sure if this is sticky on both sides or not. I don't think it is. I don't know if you can even see it. I don't know if there's stickiness on both sides or just the one side. Hi, Lori. Hi, Dubrovka. Hello, Katie. I use it all the time when I use my scan and cut fabric. Okay, and then there's this. This is because this is fusible webs, easy steam to two-sided pressure sensitive fusible web. So let me see if I can, because it's not even been used yet. And I completely forgot I had this stuff. And when I got to thinking, I'm like, wait a minute, don't I have some of that? But this feels thick to me. And it's got a grid. I didn't even know it had grid on it. So it says two-sided pressure sensitive fusible web. Now, when I read the instructions that came with it, there's some instructions here. It says use a pen or pencil to draw or trace your design in reverse on the paper, the lighter side of the backing of the easy steam. Peel off the waxy, heavier, shiny backing on the opposite side and place the pressure sensitive adhesive fusible web against the wrong side of the applique fabric. Cut out the fabric. But it also mentioned, I found where it said something about you should pre-wash things, but I don't pre-wash fabric and I'm not about to start now. So what do y'all say about this? Is this the wrong kind of stuff right here? Because I know zero about this stuff. take a pencil. Wait. So this, I guess I better hold off on doing the most recent applique as I'm not using heat and bond. The light one is good for applique. It is not too stiff like the regular that is better to use on t-shirts. This is for t-shirts. That's in the box. And then that is the heavy duty heat and bond. And Dubrovka says, hi, I use it all the time when I scan and cut. You have sticky on two sides, yes. Take a pencil and write a mark on it to see if it will print or not. Okay, let's do that. There's a mark on this side. It'll let me mark on the other side too, though. Yeah, I don't even know what this is, actually. I mean, there was no paperwork that came with it. I don't even know where I don't know where I got it from, and I should have marked what it was. But it feels like it's just one-sided. There's like, I can feel like some texture on this one side, but I don't feel texture on the other side. And as far as this one's concerned, this one seems rather thick to me. So I probably don't even have the right stuff I need. One side sticks to whatever you attach it to, and then peel the paper, and then a sticky iron, then sticky iron it to the fabric, but it is a bit hard. Wait a minute. Heat and bond is paper on one side, sticky on the other. Terry says it may be that once it adheres, you'll peel off the paper and press down to the fabric you're putting the applique on. Okay. Easy steam is also great also. So this is okay then. All right. They look okay. Which pay line number is the pay line number? It's EZ2. Yeah, hang on. Let me type it because maybe somebody can go look it up for me while we're talking. So it's EZ2D 25R. There's like 25 yards in this box. It says it's two-sided pressure-sensitive fusible web. Use it with fabric, paper, batting, lace, cardboard, and wood. Great for applique, hems, collars, mixed media arts, trims. No sewing required. Bonds permanently after fusing with iron. Heavy duty is the red heat and bond. Hang on, I'm trying to catch up with everything y'all are saying. Jean says I use the purple heat and bond light. And then Rita says, just remember, do not iron on the side with the dot. Yeah, I already know. That will ruin the iron. Jean says you need to do some scrap sewing, make a flower and try it. Okay. Paylon has a website. There are videos showing how to use this. Okay. All right. Because this, I need to, because we have a project. I have two different applique projects. One's coming up soon, and the other one is going to happen with Alice in Wonderland, and I need to make sure I'm on the same page for this. So that's why I figured some of you knew about this stuff because I've never appliqued in my life. And so, and I knew this was some kind of iron-on stuff, but I wasn't sure. It looks like it's what, I don't know. It's interesting. Yours has sticky on both sides of the iron, two pieces together to stick. Okay. All right. That's not good. Let's tear up the laptop before we ever get started. All right. Now that we talked about that, okay. Yours has sticky on both sides. Okay. Let me show you the blocks that I got completed last night. All right. So here are the 5 blocks that we worked on together, designing together. So here's the first. Here's the first block. Now it's going to take me a while to get used to this laptop. So here's block number 1. Block number 2. This is from the other night when all of y'all helped me do the colors. This is number 3. This one is number 4. And this one is number 5. Here's what's happened about the laptop. Some of y'all missed out on what I said at the beginning. So the last 2 days, the laptop I have over here, it's not running alive because there's something wrong with it. I have 2 fans on it just so I can run because this laptop I had to buy this morning is small. So basically it wouldn't run it. Last night when I was running my live, it completely locked me out where I couldn't do anything. It ran the live, and every so often the screens kept flipping back and forth. I don't know what the heck it was doing, but when I touched the laptop, it was extremely hot. Now I do have a cooling pad, and I located that. It was in the craft room, and I found a cord for that. So now I've got the laptop sitting on top of the cooling pad, and I have 2 fans blowing on it. I can hear the fan running on the laptop, but I'm not sure why it's getting hot. So for now, I don't trust it because it could quit at any time. So I went to the store today and was going to buy another big laptop. Wrong. They had 2 small laptops left. This little Lenovo, and I don't remember what the other one was, but he said it would be 3 months before they got new laptops in the shop. So I had to improvise, and I bought the little small Lenovo just to get me by, and it's going to be weird for a while because the screen is smaller and it's hard for me to see and trying to get the camera just right. But y'all are saying it looks okay. How many more do you need to make? Hang on a second. So I need 1, and so far I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 plus 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I have 17 made, and we need 30 of them. So we still need 13. So we're getting closer. What's the brand of the hot one? The brand of the hot one is I think it's an MSI. I think. it's supposed to be a gaming laptop, and the laptop's about 5 years old. The day we bought the laptop, I left it sitting on the bed, and my husband went and sat down on the bed and knocked it onto the floor and broke the screen. So it's had a broken screen from day one. So I've run it onto a monitor, and that's how I've been using it. My other laptop, the one that I was using, something happened and it locked me out of the operating system. So when Nikolai gets home, when he goes through Nuke, he's going to pick up 2 external hard drives, and we are going to use we're going to try, because everybody keeps telling us to do this way. We're going to hook up an HDMI cable between that one, because I'm locked out of the operating system, and hook it up to the desktop. And then we're going to make a mirror image of what's on the laptop onto the external hard drive. And then we're going to reset the laptop and hope for the best. I'm hoping I'll get my laptop back, because I really didn't want to buy another laptop when there's nothing wrong with that one. It just has locked me on the operating system. And since there's no one here that can help me reset that and back up to stuff, we've just been unable to do anything about it. So it's been sitting in the bedroom doing absolutely nothing. It's been tough with hardware lately. And Nikolai had the same laptop, and his wouldn't even work at all. So we don't know what the deal is with both these laptops. But I think when we go to Denmark, we're probably going to come back with something decent and substantial, because I need it for my YouTube channel, and he needs something so he can take it on the boat. Anyway, the memory and the hard drives are driving the cost increase. Huh? Laptops have increased price 2 times. Yeah, I mean, you basically, to run this laptop that I've been using for my YouTube, I think it has 24 gigs of RAM on it, and I don't remember how much memory on the video card. And I got to make sure that whatever I do with a laptop needs to have, a high memory card on it for the video part. Now, our desktop, we have a desktop. It's mostly his desktop because he games on it. And it's a gaming desktop that we paid a bunch of money to have built. I mean, and we paid probably about $2,000 to have it built. And it's probably about 3 years old, something like that. But I don't get on it too much because it's all in Danish, and the Danish just drives me crazy. I need to have English or I just can't deal with it. And so, yeah. Oh, I know it's going to cost money. I already knew that. 64 gigs of RAM are, yeah. And that's probably because of, well, I need to get a refill. And then we're going to get to sewing. Everything is high priced right now. I mean, you just can't hardly get away by any. I mean, even sewing machines has gone up. So anyway, what I'm going to do is start sewing some more. I also pulled out some scraps that I figured I would try doing something with. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm getting all these squares out because we're going to make some more 4 patches, but I need to make sure they're the right side, right size. Anything that's a triangle, however, will get put to the side, and we'll work on those for the hourglass later. I had a bunch of scrap pieces here left over from other things, so I want to try to use them up since I'm making 4 patches anyway. Western Digital was the new this week. Western Digital is a good hard drive. So is Seagate's. I want a laptop to play Sims again, says Jaja. Mine is old, and so now the game is too big to run on hers. Yep, I can imagine it is. Food has gone up. Another reason why I started growing my own garden. Everything's gone up right now. It's just insanely crazy right now. And it's not just one part of the world that everything's so expensive. It's all over the place. Anyway, let me measure. I need to check to see what size these squares are because they might not even be 2.5 inch. And if they're not, I can't use them. And I need to turn my sewing machine on. Yeah, that's the right size. So how y'all been doing today and what you been doing today? Anyone working on any projects? Anything interesting going on? I could tell you that Nikolai has set sail. He's going back. Apparently they're going back to the same place they've been fishing in. They had a great haul, you guys. He is so pleased about their haul. They're all happy about their haul because it's been a while since they've had a haul that big. So they're going back to the same place they were at, and hopefully they'll have about 10 days to fish before they get off the boat. So maybe they'll, who knows, they might end up with half a cargo hold or something of shrimps, and that'll add to the paycheck payment. So I think that's so cool. And the other team that left them left the ship in such a mess are getting all fixed up ship. And Nikolai says he'll see what happens when they return if they get a hot mess again, because it was ridiculous what they had to clean up after. It was so dumb. Okay, this is not 2.5. So I'm just checking these blocks so I can sew them, because these were leftovers from something I was working on, because this fabric I recognize. So I'm trying to think what I use this on, because here's puppy paws right here. This is fabric I think I bought from Soya, actually. And this is part of some of the what we've been sewing on. That navy blue that had the little cross X's on it. That came from that same colorway. All right. Hey, Andy, what's up? She says, I have 4 blocks done on the Alice's one. Yeah, I still got to get ready for that too. Oh my gosh. But I'm getting closer to the end of this month where I can be finished with doing my 28-day challenge. These are all 2.5. And I don't know if you guys recognize this fabric or not. I made a whole quilt with 3 different colors of this. I thought I had some more leftovers of that color, but I don't know where I put it. It's probably in a box with other scraps. That's maybe I can get away with that one. And this looks like it's from my magnolia quilt. This red. This is from hopscotch, which is cool. This will go good with the red if I have another one like that. Might not, though. There's another hopscotch. That hopscotch line, I should have bought yardage of it. I don't know why I didn't. Maybe I was broke at the time. Nope, that one's not big enough. That one is. Yeah, these all look like they're going to be fine. So I know this is the boring stuff, so hang with me just a minute and we'll start sewing. Okay, so all of these are okay, and these are not. So these are going to go into the scrap bucket. And we'll use them for something else. Okay. What I'm trying to do is use up what's left of scraps like this because it looks like I'm going to have to open another charm pack up, which it's okay if I have to open up another one. But let's use up what I have here first. And I stumbled on some of these, so I'm going to use these and get them out of my way. And yeah, and so this is going to be done a little bit different than what you've been seeing me do because I'm using pieces of scraps. Okay, I need a leader. And I need to see what all's going on in the chat. Anyone want to get on the live with me tonight? Let me know. Because you're welcome to. I'll send you a link. Blocks looking very nice. How many? Oh, yep, I answered that question. What brand of, huh? Oh, I answered that question too. Then we're talking about the prices of laptops, which is extraordinarily high. You know, I told Nikolai we need to make ourselves a server or buy a server where we can just download, you know, put all our pictures and videos onto it and keep most of the stuff off our laptops and desktop. So it's not using up so much space. Hi, Terry. Hello, Laura. How are you feeling today? Terry says food has gone up. Another reason why she's growing her garden. Laura, I am better, thanks, but we are getting another storm on Sunday, and I am not a fan. You're not the only one that's not. Katie, are you sharing how many blocks? Yeah, you need to make 30. Okay, for twin size, you need to make 30, 16 by 3/4. And yeah, you're going to be like, wait, what? Hang on. So you're creating 9-patch blocks, and you're also making hourglass blocks. And for every one 9-patch block, you're going to need 7 hourglasses. You're also going to need 1-inch sashing. And what you're going to do is you're going to cut sashing 12.5 for this side, 12.5 for this side. Then you're going to take a smaller 4.5 for one side of that hourglass, and then it's going to be 5.5 on the other side. And then you sew this like this. This is going to be 16 3/4, or it should be somewhere right around there. And then you're going to need 30 of these for a twin size bed. But there's still going to be additional things done. I'm going to put, just keep in mind, it's up to, because you're the captain of your ship. So you get to, you can follow the basic design of what I showed you here. But when you start putting them together, I plan on putting another 1-inch sashing in between each block on all 4 sides. Yeah. So when you're lining them up, there'll be a sashing in between each of these big blocks. And then because you're doing 5 across, you can either do one long sashing. I'm not going to do that, though, I don't think. I think I'm going to do them in pieces because I don't want to. I just think that'll be fine that way. And then when you get all of it put together, I suggest putting a border around the outside because there's a zillion of these seams. And so I'm probably going to put about a 3.5-inch border on it, or maybe a 4-inch. I haven't made up my mind yet. Then it'll be done. I'm not going to do anything else to the quilt top. It's going to stay like that. You'll just have that big border on it. So that's what you got to do. Andrea is writing a pattern for it to kind of guide those of you who don't want to do it based on just watching me do it, because I didn't write this. All this that you see came from inside my head. So I don't have any of it written, but Andrea has been writing it. So once I get this finished and get a picture of it, she said she would post the pattern. So any of you who still want to follow along and do it or do it after the fact, you can. All right. Terry says she's doing a video on her hydroponics. Hello, Nina. And hello, Andy. How are you feeling, Andy? And Happy says, I have 4 blocks done on my Alice's one. I already read that one. Yep, you do. Oops. Oh, where'd it go? Terry says, Laura, it is easy. Once you get in sync, you don't have to think much about it. I just got home. Laura says, I just got home from my last visit to the infusion center for my osteoporosis. I graduated. Now they have to figure out what to do next. Laura says to Terry, I have tried to have a garden in Arizona, but haven't been able to make it work. Maybe inside she can be successful. Andy says she loves gardening, so do I. Terry, I grew up in Iowa and could grow anything. Then I put in the ground. Arizona's different. And Andy says, sickly, but you know, I know. Big hugs to you, Andy. You still not over that respiratory crud? The antibiotics seem to be helping me, but man, the side effect is I have a sick stomach. I'm waiting. Hopefully next week I'll hear something from the doctor about when I'm going to go to New. I have a feeling if they send me the new ASAP, it'll probably be right after Nikolai gets home, which is a good thing because then he can take care of Nora. Because I can't stay in the patient hotel with Nora. But the sooner they get me in, the sooner we deal with my stuff. I got to figure out my internet situation for there though, so that I can go live. I might have to buy some type of internet thing from Desus that I could put on a laptop or something so I can go live with it. Because they give you internet, but the internet doesn't always work everywhere in the patient hotel. So you have to go somewhere, usually down in the lounge, and I'm not running a live in the lounge. I think the Greenland people would get upset because they don't want to be part of that. That would just be rude of me. That sounds like it's going to be a double-sized quilt you're working on. No, it's going to be a twin size. We did the math. It'll either be a twin size, but you can also use it on your sofa if you want to. I forget who helped me with the math, but I probably should. I don't remember who told. Someone did the math for me, and we figured out what it was size it was, but now I don't remember what size it was going to be. It's going to be longer than it is wide, though. I didn't want it to be a square, so that's why it's going to be 5 across and 6 down. Also, if you want a Dell, I might be able to get you a disc. I would love to have a Dell, Happy. I have wanted a Dell for so freaking long. because I'd spend 1,000 on a Dell computer. Because they're tanks when it comes to how they work. All right, now what I got to do is trim these to 2.5. Let's chat offline. Okay, that would be great. I used to work for Dell a long time. I worked for them for about 2 years. I worked in a when I was going to college, I had a part-time job in a call center, and it just happened to be Dell Computers was the company that it's like a subcontracting company, I guess it was, but it was for Dell Computers, and I learned a whole lot while I worked there. But that was so long ago. That was back in the late 90s. I worked about 2 years for them, and then the call center got shut down. I was working for them when 9/11 happened. And then about a year later, that's when things really started, you know, getting affected by what had happened in New York. I was on the job that day when it happened. And I remember I'm like, I'm going home to get my, I told him I'm like, I'm leaving and I'm going to go get my kids out of school. So all I'm doing is trimming off the excess, and then I'll cut them for making the 4 patches. Hey Melanie, how you doing? Oh Susan, thank you so much. Look at you, you've been here for 5 months now. And how you doing, Susan? Let me see here. Lori says I was living in Connecticut when that happened. What year? It was 1998, 1990. Wait, no, sorry. 1999 through 2002, I worked for them, something like that. It was the name of the company, the contracting company was called Service Zone. Because they did Dell for one thing, and I think they had some other company. I don't remember what other company was in the same building that Service Zone was handling. They were handling some other company, but it was much smaller, whoever it was they were contracting with. I don't recall, actually. And why does that look wrong? I don't know, but it's 5 inches, so that's what we're shooting for. Let's see. Happy says, I started in 2000. I was living in Connecticut, says Lori. And Laura says, hi, Susan. How are you feeling? I've been sending prayers your way. I didn't know Susan was sick. Prayers and big huggles for you. She says, I got the binding sewn on my King's Crown wall quilt this morning and have been hand quilting my tree skirt while watching the ice hockey game between the U.S. and Slovakia. Ah, now I'm caught up. Look at me. So, Rita, how many blocks have you made today? Because she's been sewing like a maniac. Okay, now then, I'm going to go ahead and just cut these into 2.5 pieces, cut them in the middle at 2.5. And then we'll be ready to start making 4 patches with these. And then when I get these made, we'll start piecing these together too, which is going to really get scrappy because they're not any, the only thing I see I have a big majority of is this dark purple. So it's probably going to get used more than once. Okay, let's get these done. Take this back to 2.5. Susan says, Laura, I'm not as depressed as I was. Well, that's good. That is good news. Okay, let me see here. We were trying to keep the channel moving yesterday, so let's try to do that tonight. All right. So I'm going to ask more silly little questions. Which do you prefer? Scissors or your rotary cutter? You can only choose one. Scissors or rotary cutter? Come on, you guys. Let's get this going. Let's get it rolling. We need to get it rolling. Scissors or rotary cutter? Which do you prefer? Laura says, Susan, I'm glad to hear that. I recently went back on medication because I found I was having a difficult time battling depression and anxiety myself. Yep, got to do what you got to do. I will be having that same discussion with the doctor that called me on the phone the other day. She told me that we're going to have a meeting about mine. And she's going to be talking to a psychiatrist, apparently. So who knows? I might come home with medicine for that too. Get my little chemical stuff back straight. Happy says scissors. Which do you prefer, scissors or rotary cutter? Let us know in the chat. Susan, it sounds like you've been keeping yourself busy. Yeah, that's a good thing. And it's good to see both of you in here tonight. It's good to see all of y'all here today. Rotary cutter or scissors? Which do you prefer? Come on, y'all, participate. I know I'm being a pain in the butt. Rotary has to be sharp, says Chris. Today was my last appointment at the Central Washington Mental Health Center. That's awesome, Susan. Rotary cutter or scissors? I watched a couple of hours of video from QuiltCon today. And let me tell you what, there sure was some beautiful abstract quilts I was looking at, but there was also some quilts done by some young kids, and a couple of them were pretty cool what they done with it. It was really interesting. One of them made a protest quilt, and the way it was done was pretty cool. Melanie says rotary. Nina says rotary for quilting. Come on, you guys. I know there's more in here watching. There's like 30 people in here, looks like. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. Wow, I can actually see that because of the way I got stuff running right now. So, rotary cutter or scissors? Which do you prefer? Susan, I am so happy for you and glad you're feeling better. Yeah, I am too. I'm so glad you're doing better. That girl with the flag was so good, says Happy. Oh, yeah. Did you guys see the quilt that got gifted to the ambassador to Greenland? Someone made a Greenland flag quilt and gifted it. I paid the rent when I came in, says Melanie. Thank you. Rotary cutter always, says Cindy Good. And Susan says it depends on what I'm doing to cut fabric yardage. Rotary to trim quilts, usually scissors. Okay. Anyone else? Scissors or rotary cutter? I'm going to ask a lot of silly little questions tonight because I want to keep the channel moving. And we'll probably migrate into food at some point too, or music or something. You never know with me. Joss, hey girl, how's it going? She says rotary cutter for sure. Scissors or rotary cutter, you guys? Anyone else want to answer that question for me? Because then I'm going to ask a new question. So I keep up with this channel called Frisian Horses, and she had one of her mares was tied on the outside of the stall because she was going to work her in the arena. The horse was sleeping. She walked literally up on both sides of the horse and the eyes never moved. She was totally out. It was too funny. Laura says, I did comment up above. Melanie says, hi to Jaja. Okay, so let's ask the next question. Let me see. Starch or don't starch? Yeah, I know. That's a subjective question. Which do you prefer, unstarched or starched? Let's see what kind of answers we get on that one. Starched or unstarched? Starched or unstarched? Lori says starched. Hi, Carrie. Come on, you guys. Starched or unstarched? Which do you prefer? Starch as I go, says Happy. Uh-oh. Carrie just erased something. I almost always starch. It's rare that I don't, says Laura. Jaja says 50-50 depends on what I'm doing. Melanie says that all depends. Kit, no. Small piecing, starch. Otherwise, no starch. Katie, I will be listening, but my keyboard needs to be charged, so no, thank you. Okay, sorry. If I need small pieces or bias cuts, I starch. Okay. Carrie says starch. Anyone else? Okay, let me see what I can come up with for the next question. Oh, Nina says that was supposed to say no typing. Oh, okay, got you. Because it looked like you said no, thank you. Cindy says it depends on the fabric. Nina says starch. Carrie says I do like Susan with my starching. Melanie says no chatting from me for a bit. Putting my hubby quilt on the cutie frame, 84 by 90, and it's heavy. Okay. All right, let's see what we can come up with next. Because I know some will still answer. Um, hmm. Okay, here's one. Because I know some of y'all have old sewing machines, meaning vintage ones. Which do you prefer sewing on? Those of you that actually have both. Some of us can't answer that question because we only have the newer one or the older one. Which sewing machine do you prefer sewing on? The vintage one or the new updated kind? Which one is your favorite machine? The vintage or the more updated line of sewing machines? Carrie says mostly yardage for me. Lori says hand or machine for putting on borders, pre-cuts or yardage. No chat. Okay, I'm caught up on that one. Okay. So which do you prefer using, the vintage machine or the newer one? And the ones that can't answer that question, that's okay. I don't have a vintage machine, so I can't actually answer the question. Nina says vintage. I know quite a few of you do have a vintage machine. Anyone else? Vintage or the newer one, newer machine? I have vintage machines and new machines, and I mostly use the newer ones because they are faster, says Laura. Great answer. Anyone else? Okay, so no one else wants to answer that one. Okay. How many active projects do you currently have going? Let me know. Jaja says, I sent my block into the Great American Birthday Quilt in Virginia. I hope they pick mine to be in the quilt. That would be cool, Jaja. How many are they just picking one, or is there going to be multiple ones they pick? Are you interested in one of the most, oh, nuts, the box? I will say every now and then I enjoy the sound of my featherweights and enjoy them, says Laura. That's cool. I'm going to see if I can find any vintage machines while I'm in Denmark. We'll see if I find any at a used shop or something. Okay, let me see. What can I talk about today? So Nikolai picked up some more of those little buttons like what you see up here. He found 6 more while I was in Sissymoot today or yesterday because they're back out at sea now. Susan says, I have 5 that I'm working on, 2 am quilting, and the others she's still sewing blocks for. Cool. Only 2, but I haven't been sewing for a while, says Cindy. Jojo says, I have 1 I'm working on and 2 more I need to start. Laugh out loud. Man, that penicillin tastes bad. Okay, so I put the live on the monitor. I'll be listening and talking to the TV, says Nina. Okay. All right, my next question is what is your favorite type of quilt pattern and why? I don't have enough fingers and loose and, and toes to count, so I'll sit this one out, says Laura. Oh, how much have you done some more are you getting closer to finishing with your organization stuff, Laura? And Susan says hockey game is done. The US won. Cool. someone's not very happy today because oh boy. Hockey team is over. Hold on a minute, you guys. I have to take care of something real quick. Tomorrow we'll be going to the Sew Expo with Yakima guide people. Cool. Or guild people. Sorry, I don't know why I said guide. That's guild. My bad. Deb says, I am the same, Laura says, so much fabric. And then Laura says, yes, I have realized that I have more fabric than I could possibly use in several lifetimes. Y'all must have one heck of big um stashes. But you've probably been collecting a lot longer than I have. Hang on a minute, you guys. Oh my goodness. Sorry about that. My son was trying to call me, and since that phone is being used for, and I don't know where I put the other one. Gotta go. Bye, everyone, says Melanie. See you later, Melanie, and thank you for coming in. Okay. I have to do something real quick for my son. So hold on a minute, you guys. 1 minute. Oops, that's gotta go. I have to do it later. Sorry, y'all. All right. Let me get back to what I was doing. That's so strange. Okay. Back to where I can see you guys. All right, there we go. Sorry about that. Is it Ukima or Ukima, how you say that? Laura says, Deb, most of mine had been stored in tubs. Then I had the idea to file them in filing cabinets. I saw a video. I had no idea living in the desert, I'd have to protect my fabric from dust. Then Susan says, Jaja, Sew Expo at Washington State Fairgrounds. We're going to have a few blocks here to sew in just a minute. I'm getting it. I thought I would do some more of these too, though. At least sew two together at a time while I'm doing these. That way we can do lots of chain sewing at the same time. So, yeah. It's very warm in this house too, by the way. Okay, one more of these, and then we can just pin some of those together too to make scrappy blocks. I thought it was next weekend for the Puyallup. I don't even know how to say that. Yeah, yak. Yakima. Okay, I don't know how to type the lowercase sound of it. Okay, gotcha. Yakima. Okay, so that I is not said the way I think it is. Yakima or Yakima. It's okay. I tried to say it right. Pew all up. Oh, poo, pew all up. Okay, gotcha. Interesting. Are those Native uh American names or are they something else? They are native tribe names, so no one says them right. Ha ha. You should not see other towns. Yep. It's like saying names here in Greenland. It's always interesting. It'll be hit and miss with taxi drivers. One taxi driver will understand when I say something. I think part of the problem is half the time they think I'm going to speak to them in English. So when I say something in Greenlandic, they're like, "What? What did you just say?" It's always funny when that happens because I try to practice my Greenlandic as much as I can. Make sure I set these white ones right here. Okay, let's see what we can do with some of this. Let's put this one with this one. Hoping to, I did the math right. Want to get the binding strips cut. So after I finish hand quilting the tree skirt, can sew the binding on and get another UFO checked off. That would be awesome, Susan. That would be totally awesome. Jaja, the same is true for Arizona. There are many names that came from Native Americans. All right. Let's do a couple of these. These puppy paws. That looks like a batik, but it doesn't feel like a batik, which means I better pay attention to what side I sew this on. Y'all still with me? Do you giggle when you're out? Do you giggle when out of towners say the names to you? I do. You know what? The biggest one that I kind of find irritating, actually, and it's not just it's any English speaking one. Even the media that speaks English does this. Instead of saying nuke, when you look at the word, there's two U's. It's N-U-U-K. But it's they a bunch of them will say nook or nuck. You know, they'll make that short sound. And instead of asking, they'll just mispronounce it without asking. It's nuke. I mean, I don't see how you not know that by just looking at those two. It's like book. You see two vowels together, B-O-O-K. You know that that's going to be book, not Bach. So it always amuses me. But yeah, it's pretty funny some of the stuff I hear come out of their mouth. But you know, when I first started out, like here's one for you. When I first moved here, I was this is a town that's southwest of us, I think. No, southeast of us. Um, and it's spelled like this. Spelled like that. Now, if you look at that as an English speaking person, you're like, oh, that must be Nanortalik. Actually, the R is silent and the T is a D sound. And for the longest time, I was mispronouncing it. No one would correct me. And then one day I finally asked someone, I said, tell me how to say Nanortalik. They're like, yeah, that's, thank you for asking. It's Nanodalik. So you just totally ignore the R and turn the the T into a D sound, and it's Nanodalik. Now there is some Greenlandic town names I can't say it all. Like there's one on the East Coast that starts with an I. Oh my God, talk about a mouthful of a word. And I'm pretty sure it means something. Yeah, I'll tell you a funny story, and some of you have heard this story. Me and Nikolai have been married about, I don't know, 5 or 6 years, and I had to go do some paperwork at the commune because they needed me to fill out some paperwork. And so when I checked in, she says, "Your name, please." And I said, "Catherine Jolson." She says, "What did you say your name was?" "Catherine Jolson." She says, "That's not Jolson, it's Yolson." Now, Nikolai's standing right next to me, and I turned around and gave him a dirty look. And so when we left there, I'm like, you let me say our last name all these years wrong. Laura says, Jaja, I'm giggling all the time. We have so many winter visitors that you hear the mispronunciations all the time. Yep, it does happen, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Hey, Sean. Sean says, I get called all sorts of things. Sin, and once it was swin. Oh my goodness. Swin. That is too hilarious. I think that's actually swin. So I can't say it now. And I see you've been lurking in the background. And I'm about to sew a bunch of these pieces because I'm about to do a bunch of chain sewing. I was trying to get me enough to sew up together here. So let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So let's mix this one with this one. And this one with, nope. Yeah, let's do this one with this one. Okay. Now let me see what I can put the red with this one. Sean says, good day, Laura. I just sewed almost an entire border on with an empty bobbin. Oh, no. Okay, let's do this red with that one. Nope, don't want to use that one. Let's use this one. Let's use this one. Air sewing champion right there, says Sean. Ja, I answer to either, he says. Hi, Sean. I mean, is it swim? When I was waiting to see the doctor the other day, they come out and they said, Catherine. And I went to stand up and someone else stood up too. Turns out it was her they were after. But there was two of us with the same Catherine as a first name. But the way they pronounce is Catherine. I don't understand that, Sean. I see your name spelled that way often. Well, some people would say, I've seen people say seen instead of Sean. I went to Russia once, and in the Russian, my name is a boy's name, says Denise. Hi, Denise. Susan says, in college, a neighbor in the dorm complained about the native Indian city names. I laughed because she was from Chicago, Illinois. She asked why I was laughing. I said both names were Indian names. Then Sean says, next time I go into a restaurant, I'm using an alias like like Mike or Bill. Hello. I don't even know how to say your name. Hello, Z. It's good to see you. Really hope you're not a bot. Have to go look. Can't see you. Oh, you see you right there. Castralia. Oh, I don't know how to say that actually. They call me Dennis. Oh boy. Jaja says, your name is my fiance's name, and he's from Ukraine. I tell him he has a girl's name. Most people don't think my name is my name, says Happy. Well, yeah, that's why I asked you what your first name was, because I didn't think that was your first name. You showed me differently, or told me differently, that is. All right, then we've used we're about to use all of them except for two. We have four right here, but those can get used a little bit later. Yeah. That's weird, as it's just like Happy. Sean says that's weird, as it's just like Happy Gilmore. Most people don't. Yeah. I don't even know who Happy Gilmore is. So there's that. All right, let's do some chain sewing here. Happy same, Laura says, happy same here. My last name is my last name. When people find out, they always joke about it. Yep, by saying, what's up? Or something like that. Let's do some chain sewing. Let's see how many of these we're going to chain sew together to show some solidarity between little tiny blocks. Some interesting little blocks. Yeah, I've lost my mind. The second, wait, it's from the movie with, oh, that's why I don't know it, because I don't watch Adam Sandler. I kind of don't like him very much. Anyone want to guess how many of these I'm chain sew? I should have asked you that before I started. Then y'all would have been counting them. But since I already started them, why don't y'all guess on how many of these I'm chain sewing together? Let's see who comes the closest to the guess. So come up with a number and tell me how many you think I have pinned together for chain sewing. And let's see who gets to the closest on this little count. And then I'll go through there and see who got closest. Maybe I'll do a giveaway or something. You never know with me what I might do. Who wants to guess how many of these pieces I'm chain sewing right now? And don't run the video backwards to count, please. I should have said that to start with. Don't go running it backwards just so you can see. Guess how many I am chain sewing together. And we'll see who comes the closest. Give someone a something. I can be generous tonight and give away a gift card. Got to guess. And we'll see who comes the closest. Only guess one number though, okay? If you guess multiple numbers, that makes it harder for me to figure out who got closest. So only one time mention it. Because right now I don't know until I count them. So you won't know until I know. I know one thing, I'm gonna have a bunch of straight pins sitting up here in a minute. Hi, Delia. Carrie says 300. Wow. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh, forgot to take a pin out of there. Can't have that in there. It'll cause a train wreck. Nora is snoring. All right. Let's see how many of these I, and then I'm gonna go through the list and see who got closest. Okay, I'm about to count them here in a minute, and then I'm gonna look through the chat and see what I see. And then you're gonna have to email me so that I can take care of you. And you have a choice between Amazon or Fat Quarter Shop, whoever wins this. Okay, let's see who got closest. Oh, I already see one number that's pretty close. And so far, no one's actually guessed the number, but there is. Okay, let me go back through there one more time. Someone's going to be a happy camper. Because it looks like only one person got close enough. Okay, so I sewed 23 of these together. So the only person that got close enough was Jaja. So Jaja, you need to email me. And if you don't email me, it's on you. Okay? You got to email me, and I'm going to post my email. And you need to put in there, you have a choice of either getting a $25 Amazon gift card or a $25 Fat Quarter Shop gift card, whichever. Sean says, well, I'm out. So Jaja was the closest. She was off by, but no one guessed 23, but she guessed 24. So Jaja, make sure you email me because I need your email address in order to buy the gift card. And Jaja says, wow, thank you. I never win stuff. Okay. So I thought that would be fun. Just randomly do something. So make sure you email me. If you don't, then I can't gift it to you. And I'm not going to chase you down. And I posted the email up there. So make sure when you're doing the email that you put a dot between living. It should be living.greenland2011@gmail.com. Crafty or Andy says, nice. She's saying hi to Sean. Sean's saying good day to her. Hey, what do y'all think about this? Do you think that's too busy? If she doesn't email you, it gets sent to me, says Sean. I know Sean likes those gift cards because that's the only time he'll spend money at Fat Quarter Shop. Do y'all think this is too busy? Because I don't think it's too busy. What do y'all think? You remember that question I was asking you, Sean, earlier about the gray going with another color? This is that gray I was talking about. So I did a gray with this blue and then a gray with this red. Nope, not too busy, says Delia. Jaja says, I like it, not too busy. I like it, like it, like. Hi, Chris. And here's a red version. And then you're going to see a purple version. That's the purple, which looks blue under the camera. And then we have this interesting blue. Man, I could kick myself because I sure would love to have had some yardage in this blue because it is pretty. It looks, when you look at it, if you look at it real close, let the camera see, isn't that pretty, this blue? And I didn't buy any yardage of it, and I should have because it's gorgeous. Carrie, I use gray with Carrie says, I use gray with just about every color. The purple is, Sean says the purple is his favorite so far. What are those fabrics you're using to color with the dog? I have no idea what fabric line they're from because they're leftover scraps. So I don't remember what yardage it came from. Here's that green and gray. I don't remember, to tell you the truth. This is leftover scraps. So I don't know what fabric line it came from because this was from a long time ago, especially all the different ones that you see over here. I had leftover scraps and I had cut them and put them in a plastic box as 5-inch leftovers. And that's how come you're seeing some of it now, because I'm trying to use up some of it. And I think this blue here is like I'm not sure what color blue you call it, but it's an interesting color too. See this one? It's an interesting color. I think I have some of that. If I find it, I can send it to you. That would be cool, Happy. Because it's beautiful. I wish I'd had some yarn because this would have been fun to use in like multiple blocks. But I don't know what fabric line any of it's from because so I have some smaller, they're like uh they're small containers. And when I was still in the craft room before the accident happened, um I had a bunch of scrap or leftover fat quarter, more like smaller than a fat quarter. It was even smaller than an eighth, but they were big enough to make 5-inch squares, 4.5-inch squares, 3.5-inch squares. So and I was cleaning up some of the excess from where I had been making a quilt, and I turned them into pre-cuts is what I did. And so I've been messing around in my pre-cut box. I think, okay, that looks like civil reproduction print, the dark blue. You mean you talking about this one that I said I liked? Happy? It is pretty though. Very pretty. And we're gonna have some more here to sew. Huh. Let's see who pays attention now. Because I got some more of these to sew together. And then we're gonna work on some square and squares. And I don't know what fabric line this is from either. See the puppy paws? I had 2 or 3 colors of that too. Yeah, I didn't know it was from that. I need to see if I can translate the language. Sometimes it'll let me and sometimes it won't. Okay, Google, and let's do Google Translate. Let's see what our friend is saying because it looks Russian or that's not translating very nice. One more row quilting, then wind bobbin, cut strips, and sew binding on. Woohoo! Yeah, I like the puppy paws too, Jaja. I'll be posting those two channel links from where I showed y'all the channel at the beginning of the live. I'll be posting them in my comment section along with the information for the Fat Quarter Shops Socialites 3 Sew Along, you guys. So you'll find both down there in the in the comment section below the description box after the live. I'll make sure I get it posted tonight. We're coming along with these. I'm going to have some more 4 patches to make here in a minute. And then I'll need to take all of it to the hot iron and press it afterwards. Sean, are you still there? I guess I need to check something, you guys. When is Tammy supposed to go live tonight? Because she's doing that every other week thing tonight, isn't she? Let me go look. Because she is. I can dump you guys into her channel. The Siberian wind. Let me see if she's going live later. But she might be. Maybe not. Okay, let me see what she's got scheduled. She has something scheduled for the 21st. But I don't see any. Wait. Yeah, this is for tomorrow. Looks like at 4 p.m. my time, which is 30 minutes before I go live. No, that is 4 p.m. my time, but that's not when I go live. I guess she's not doing a live tonight, but I could have sworn I saw she was. Okay, no problem then. I don't have a time frame to get off of here. Okay, so back to me asking more questions. Let me see. Okay, for hand sewing, do you use a thimble or do you not use one? So yes to thimbles or no to thimbles. Let's see how many use a thimble and how many don't. When you're hand sewing, do you use a thimble or do you do without? Okay, let me set all these aside because I've got to pin them all. Jean says yes. Susan says yes. Denise says yes. Jaja says yes. Jean says, I tried without and the damn needle stuck in my finger. You know what I did the other day? Yesterday, I think it was. So I had a pin um, on a corner in the middle and down on the edge. And I took my scissors and I opened my scissors like this. And I didn't think anything about it. And the pin that was down here went right into my finger because I went to close those scissors and bam. No thimble because it don't hand sew, says Carrie. Okay, so we've covered starching, we've covered thimbles and scissors and rotary cutters. What else can we cover? All right, here's my next question, and I want you to limit it to one brand, okay? I only want to know which one is your most favorite brands. So what you're going to tell me about is what is your go-to manufacturer of rulers? Only one company, you guys. The one that you like the best out of all of them. Only one, please. Actually, Susan says, actually, it depends. Hand quilting, yes. Sewing, binding, no. Have to hop off. See you next time, says Carrie. Okay. See you later. Thank you for dropping in. Delia says, see you, Carrie. Susan says, Quilter Select. Only list me the one that ranks at the top of your ranking of rulers. Which manufacturer do you love the most on rulers? Chris says Creative Grids. Jean says Quilter Select for sure. I'm a Creative Grids kind of girl. Jean says, oh, I already read that one. Come on, you guys. Which one is your favorite brand of rulers? Oh, I got an odd man out on here. That's not good. Let me see. Yes, I know some of us do, but which one do you like the best, Delia? Because I have more than one brand too, but I'm a Creative Grids person. But I have other rulers too. I have a Quilter Select, but I don't much like it because I can't see the numbers on it. And that's what I don't like about it. I can't see the numbers. Delia says Quilter Select. Because I know we all have one we favor over the rest. Hey, Sylvia. Which brand of ruler do you love the most? Out of all the rulers you have, only one brand mentioned. Top ranking one. Hey, Delia, did Donna go to QuiltCon? I figured you'd go to QuiltCon yourself, Delia, since you're in South Carolina, unless you're already there. No, ended up sick, so we canceled the trip. Aw, so sorry. Donna's been sick a lot lately. Sylvia says Quilter Select. Anyone else? Okay, because I'm going to ask you another question about your rulers. It happens. Luckily, we were there in 2024, so we've seen what it's about. Yep, I was in 2024. But someone was posting a video today of some of the quilts at QuiltCon. My goodness, there is some pretty ones. Right up my alley. All right, now about your rulers. Out of all the rulers you have, I only want one. Which size do you love using the most? Which one is your biggest? Which one do you use the most? What size? That's what I should have said. This. Which size ruler do you love using the most? And I'll tell you which one I like using the most is the 12 and a half by, I think that's, my favorite is a 12 and a half by 8.5. She says, I'm not much of a modern quilt person, but some of that I have seen I like and others not so much, but we all have different tastes. I love all those bright colors. Oh my gosh. Delia says 2 by 12. Sylvia says 6 by 12. Deb says 12 and a half by 6.5. Chris says 6.5 by 24. Julia says, I like bright colors. Just some of the quilts, not my cup of tea. Yeah, there'll be some that aren't. I was shocked that they gave Best in Show for that quilt that had the AR-15 on it in 2024. Linda says 5 by 15. That's an interesting size. It's good to see you, Linda. Jaja says 2.5 by 6.5. I have an odd man out right here. Which means maybe I missed something in here. Anyone else? Vicky says, hey there, Katie. Hi, Vicky. My comment was the first, Katie. You missed it. Uh-oh. Let me go scroll back. Susan said she commented first. Well, yeah, I see she's got Quilter Select. And then I'm looking for size of ruler. Right, Quilter Select. But I don't see the size that you like, that you prefer. Yeah, I don't see the size that you prefer. Sylvia says, I'm in travel status, so brought two rulers, a 6 by 12 and a 6.5 inch square. Oh, that's cool. And had Vicky, what is your favorite go-to ruler? Only one, please. And then I'll ask you the same question differently. Susan says, I prefer the 6.5 by 12.5. Okay, so Vicky, what is your most favorite brand of rulers? And then which size do you prefer over all of them? Sylvia says, Sylvia says travel mode as well in my rig, so I have several I brought along, plus my Fallon rulers. You know, I when I was shop hopping, one of the quilt stores was using those rulers, but she had bought hers from the original owners of those rulers. And she said she was sad because she couldn't get any more of them because they sold out to someone else. And I said, well, I can direct you on where to go. So I don't know if they ever got to Fallon or not. Susan says, I do plan on looking for a 12.5 inch square Quilter Select ruler. I want a stripology ruler. Nikolai says I can buy one, but I just haven't bought one yet. Jean says 3.5 by 12.5. Oh, I love Fallon's rulers. I have one at home. Yeah, I don't have one, but my space is too small for more. I want to find a home to don't to give to have a set of they're either Fiskars or they're Olfas. I'm not sure which. A set of rulers I want to give gift to someone, and I have several different sizes of them. Hi, Mona. How are ya? Fallon rulers are pretty good as well. You know, she can't ship overseas, so that's why I don't have any. Hey, you guys, I'm gonna go get more to drink and take a bio break real quick. Okay, I'm back. Julia says I like my stripology ruler too, but some days are better than others. I like cutting 2.5 inch strips from yardage, and it would be so much nicer if I had a stripology ruler. Sharon says, hello, Jaja. Boy, we sure do get around, don't we? Oh, was there? I think we all run in the same circles. Although I didn't get much watching of, well, I watched on the TV, but I didn't comment much because I was trying to set up this new little laptop, set it up enough where I could do the live anyway, since my other one's not letting me do stuff. And it's tedious setting up a new laptop over here, and it tries to stick Danish every so often into something. Like my Avest, it wanted to do it in Danish, and I'm like, I don't have time for this, because I couldn't remember how to change the Avest to English. I thought I did, but apparently part of it isn't. So I'll have to wait till Nikolai gets home for him to help me with it. It is so hot in this house. Oh my gosh. All right. Trying to remember what I put those 4-patch blocks that I already had pre-made. I have some right here, but then I had some that was already sewn into a strip. Yep, here they are. I need all these together because we're going to see if we can't make a couple more blocks. And then if not, then I'll start working on these hourglass blocks because there's a bunch of them. But I got to take all of these and press them here in a minute. Okay. All right, let's see. Let's talk about some. Let me see. Which do you prefer to make? 4-patch blocks or pinwheels? Because that requires 4 half square triangles. So, which do you prefer making? Pinwheels or 4-patch blocks? Let me know. Jaja says 4 patches. Four patch or pinwheels? Sylvia says 4 patch. Linda says pinwheels. Vicky says 4-patch. It's okay, Linda. I read through your typo. Deb says pinwheels. Anyone else? Oh, I see. Anyone else? Susan says pinwheels. Chris says pinwheels. Andrea says pinwheels. I like pinwheels over 4-patches too. Sewing Wolf says pinwheels. All right, let me see. Do I need to press any of these? Yep, I do up here. And these are the hourglass one. I'll wait on the hourglass one. I'm interested in messing with the 4-patches right now. Okay, so got those. See if any of these need to be ironed, pressed. Okay, so alrighty. Let's see. Andrea says, howdy day and everyone else I missed. I just woke up. I came in when we started. And promptly fell asleep. Sorry about that. It's okay. Had not been asleep yet. Jean says 4-patches. Anyone else? Jean says, hee hee, Andrea, sleep when you can. Okay, so now I want you to guess and tell me how many four patch blocks I now have. And they're all for tonight, the ones you saw me lay out here, along with the extras that I pulled from behind me. Take a guess on how many four patch blocks I have. And we'll see who comes the closest. And I'll give one more gift card away. Don't run the video backwards, please. All right, let's see how many y'all guess. And when we get done guessing, I will count. If you want to participate in the giveaway, you got to give me a number. How many do you think I have in this pile of four patches? How many do you think I got? And Andrea says 90. Goodness. I don't know. I might have 90 here. You never know. Anyone else want to guess? And I need to see how many has a repeat number too. Because we might have a tie in here somewhere. So 50, 30, 19, 18, 25, 45. So far, no one's picked the same number. Anyone else want to put their 2 cents in? Because there's 32 people sitting in this channel. Since I was asleep, that was a total guess. You are guessing because I haven't told anyone how much I have. They would only guess it right if they were paying attention to what I was working with. Anyone else? Melina says 20. Anyone else? Not very many guessing. You know, the odds are very low right now, so y'all should be guessing. Anyone else want to guess before I count them? Better hurry up because I don't want anyone complaining. Okay, so no one else. All right. Okay. Let's start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, 32, and 34. So let's see who came closest to 34. Who is closest to 34? Wow, nobody is. Hang on. No, wait, Sylvia is. It looks like Sylvia is the closest. She guessed 32, and I counted 34. All right, Sylvia, if you have a choice between an Amazon gift card or a Fat Quarter Shop gift card, but here's what you have to do. You have to email me to tell me which gift card you want so that I can have your email in order to buy the gift card. So you get a $25 gift card to either Amazon or to Fat Quarter Shop, and you must email me. And when you email me, make sure that you have living.greenland 2011. But if you don't email me, I'm not chasing you down. If you want the gift card, you have to do that. You have to reach out to me. And I will buy you whichever you want, to Amazon or the Fat Quarter Shop. Swingwood says, so nice, Katie. You're welcome. Sometimes I feel like doing something. Sometimes I just want to do something. I can't help it. All right, so make sure you email me. If you don't email me, there's two people, that's two gift cards tonight. So you know who you are. You got to email me. If you don't, then you're not going to get a gift card. Sorry, but I don't want to chase you down to give it to you. You have to chase me down by emailing me. That's how it works. Normally, I would just have you fill out a Google form, but this wasn't pre-planned. This is a spur of the moment doing something for you guys. All right, the next thing I'm going to do here, and we're going to have fun like last time. Y'all are going to help participate by helping me move colors around on these blocks. Right, so we've already got, these were already sewn together, so I'm debating on how I want to do this. But I might, let's see, I said I had 32 blocks, so no, 34 blocks. I do some math here. Let's see here, 11. All right. So what I'm going to do, I should be able to get. Wait, that's wrong. We should be able to get 3 blocks. Okay. Because what I'm going to do is we're going to just use one. I'm going to use these on 3 different blocks. Okay. So let's put 2 aside. And we're just going to put this on. Maybe I'll turn them like this or something. Put them in the middle. Or not in the middle, but okay. So let's start working on the first block. I'm thinking of how I want to do this. Okay, let me see if I can, let me see what we got here to work with. And then we'll start talking together about what else to add. Okay, let's see what we got to work with here because we have, I'm going to put this block is going to be in the center right here. So what I'm going to do, and can everybody see what I'm doing right now? Can you see down here? Okay, where my hand is at. Can you see that? Okay. You should be able to see. Yeah, I just moved stuff out of the way. Okay, because we're going to make a 9-patch block's what we're going to do. Okay. Okay. So that's all the red I plan on using in this. All right, so we'll set the red aside and we're going to go back over here and dive into this pile. Okay. Um, let's see what this looks like right here. Email sent, said Sylvia. Thank you, Sylvia. Talk about a delay between what I do on Zoom and what I do in front of the on the YouTube. It's crazy how slow it is. Dang, it's such a big delay. Sharon says pinwheels. Laura says, I'm sorry, I'm back. I had a call from my sister. She's having a rough time, so I always answer her call. I hope things work out, get better for her. Hmm. Let's put you on. Wait a minute. Where's the? I saw more green here. Nope, that's got red in it. And I'm trying to. This is always the fun part, getting creative. Let's put this one down here. And then use this one down here. So now I want to use, let me see here. I can't use red, but I need another green. Let's try this like this. See what we get. 6. Let's see. Laura says, hi, Andrea. Yes, she's third grade teacher and has 22 students. 6 are behavioral issues. 1 was throwing chairs and cursing today. Someone's probably acting out because something's going on at home. Okay, what do I want to put it in the middle? We could do puppy paws up here. And then there's another one just like that. Wait, no, I know what I want to use. What's that other? Actually, I'm gonna leave that there up there, and then we're gonna just put this down here, and we're gonna put this one up here. Okay, what do y'all think about this block? There is too dark right here. That is an issue. But see, this is too. Let me try this color. Yeah, that works better. Okay. What do y'all think about this one? Y'all like this one? You mean this one? I can't because this is attached. Or do you mean this one? Andrea, my sisters and I have all worked with autistic children. That isn't the case for this little guy. I think it's more parental neglect. Exactly. It's probably something going on at home. We went through this with my grandson in school. He had anger management issues for the first through kindergarten, first grade, and half a second grade before my son got him settled. You mean this one? I don't want to put it down there though. Then it'll be offset from that one up there. Although that is different, these two colors here. Can't use that because that's red. Now you got me thinking. No, can't put that there either. Sylvia says I have the hardest time choosing colors. Switch with the bottom right corner. You mean switch this for where? You got to be specific here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Keep in mind this one's already sewn together. So which one are you talking about switching where? Hey, Bonnie. Number 9, the light matches the center. Yeah, right here. Matches this one. Okay. So is it this one y'all are having trouble with? 9 light matches the center. But, oh no, wait, Nina. She says, no. Let me go back to what Bonnie said. Switch to bottom right. Switch with bottom right corner. Okay, Bonnie, tell me, you saying switch bottom right corner. Okay, switch it with what? I need you to explain. Let me know what you were referring to. Let me see. Bonnie says, I see something else now. Okay. Hey, Sharon, you need to hit up on top of your chat screen. You'll see something that says top chat and live chat. Click on live chat because you're running behind us. Yeah, white's going this way. Red's going this way. Yeah, she's behind. Okay, now let me back up to see who, because someone else was saying something too. Nina was saying number 9 light matches the center. The first one was better. Yeah, the reason I took out this one is because when you put it down here, do you see how there's this dark and dark? But when I replaced it with this one, you're seeing more contrast. Like up here, we have contrast between this dark and this black up here, which I'm not exactly sure if that's black or not. But when I did it down here, this was the wrong color. It kind of like bleeds into each other. So that's why I moved it. Everybody okay with this block the way it is? Because we can start on number 2. Try to switch number 1 with a different blue and white. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any more blue and white. So hang on a second. Let me think about something here. I'm kind of stuck. Let's look at the second block. Yeah, the diagonal white doesn't bother me. I don't mind the diagonal going in two different directions. Yeah, we'll set this aside for right now. Let me get the design board so I can put that on a design board. Okay, we'll set this aside for right now. I could take these ones that are sewn together apart, and then we might could move around better with them. And I might end up doing that just to get this to work better, because we've been working with all four patches, and I'm not sure why these. I think I started sewing them together, and then they got stuck in the middle of something else, and I couldn't find them, so I gave up trying to look for them. And yeah, that's what happened. That's what I'm gonna go with anyway. Maybe I should take them apart, and then it'd be easier to work with them. Maybe. Let's use this one. Maybe I should take them apart. What do you guys think? Think I should take these two that are sewn together apart so that we can work with them better? What it was is I didn't have but one white and blue, and that was what the problem was. But there's a white and blue right here, but it's sewn to something. I only had one white and blue. But if I take these apart, you know what I'm going to do? Let's take these apart. And we'll start again because it's okay. I don't mind taking them apart. How many of those do you have? I only have 3 of these that are already sewn together. It gives a starting point, says Nina. Because this is what was on the board we were messing with already. Take them apart. I'm thinking I should take them apart too. And then start again. Because what happened was I was working on them, and then I knocked the stuff on the floor, and then I picked them up and left them because I got aggravated about it. And then when I came back, I couldn't find the ones that were still sewn together, which irritated me. All right, let's do that. And we'll start all over again. Because unless y'all are in a hurry, I'm not. Although I have to call my son at some point. What time is it now anyway? Yeah, I'm fine right now. I can go another little while. I would like to get these designed or get them laid out the way I want them, and then tomorrow when y'all come back, I will have them already sewn together, and we'll have more blocks done, and then I can really concentrate on getting these hourglasses because the hourglasses are going to take longer. But at least I have them trimmed down and they're ready for sewing. Hi, Katie and Nora and friends. I love your scrappy blocks, says Michelle. Thank you. I'm really having a good time with this sew. I mean, I realize that I don't have a written pattern because it's all coming from my head. And right now, Andrea's writing one. Well, I think she's already got written. She's just waiting on me to give her a picture. Um, but you should be able, based on what she's written for it, y'all should. So if anyone wants, because basically the reason I started this so long is so you would use up 5-inch block squares, charm squares, because all of this has been built from 5-inch charm squares. And I have a boatload of them, let me tell you. Now I'm coming up with a new sew along that we're going to use both charm squares and layer cake or 10-inch blocks. I'm having trouble with one of there's a piece that's going to go around a part of it, and my math is off, and so I got stuck and can't figure out where it is I went wrong on the math, which is kind of annoying because it shouldn't be that hard. I could show you, I'll show you what it is I'm trying to design, and maybe somebody can see where the math is wrong. Maybe. Because it's not going to be some top secret thing. It's going to be a channel sew along, just like this one was. I don't know. I'm not going to rush through it, but I don't know, where y'all are on projects right now, because I always start mine after everybody's already been slammed with new ones in January. And that's only because I don't want to start new projects in January, because everybody else is starting new projects in January. And I can't compete with that. So I take mine the slow route. Donna is not live tonight, so if you're feeling okay, then go for it. But maybe you should stand up and move around. That's a good idea, Andrea. I am drinking, but I haven't stood up much. Nico's doing good. They were in port yesterday. They came in Thursday and started unloading, and they set sail this afternoon, sometime after lunchtime. And he told me they were going back to the same fishing area. And so that means that they'll probably come back in with at least a half a load, which would be great, because he showed me what they were going to get paid for on this load. And oh my gosh, more vacation money for Denmark. Okay, so we got all those took apart. So let me pick out the threads real quick, and then I'll press them real fast, and we will start all over with this again. Okay. All right, let's press these. So I'm just going to throw them all back into the pile again, all of them, including the ones we were messing with, and we're going to start again. Now that I pulled those other ones apart, we'll start again. Okay. All right, we got some green, green, red. Hmm. So we have this right here. This is it. This is it. Here, go here. There should have been another one of these. I mean, we only have one? No, I guess so. There's only one of those? That's interesting. So I must have used this somewhere else on one of the other blocks. Okay, so I put all these black ones over here together that have different colors with them. And then I have a couple of these blues and I got a yellow. All right, so let me see here. What do we want to start with? Susan says, I'm going to run a couple of errands and we'll leave this running. So if you're still on, we'll see you when she gets back. Okay. And then Andrea says, oh, and Katie, I received a notice from the feds. I have been released from jury duty. So if you want, we are still on for Wednesday. Oh, okay. Okay, let me put that in. 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. Okay with you, Andrea? What size blocks are you going to sew? I'm taking 4 patches and I'm making. They're going to be turned into these 9 patch blocks, which are about 12 and a half or 12 and a quarter, something like that. All right, Andrea. Okay. All right, I'll send you the information. Okay, let me see here what I want to play with. I have an idea. Let's set these over here. I'm gonna move some of this stuff out of the way. I know I've thought. All right. I'm gonna mess with the green to start with. I'm moving everything out of the way. Okay, let's play with this green first. Here. It's not going to matter which way that's going. Hmm. Okay, now then, what we could do is put one here. And we could put this one down here. And then Jean says top one needs turning. The top one on the right or the top one on the left? Oh, gotcha. Duh. Oh my gosh. You're right. It did need turning. Okay. And this needs turning too. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. Now then, let me see here. What do I want to use? Okay. So we could put this here, maybe. I'm not sure yet. And we could put this one here. And then this one. Okay, what do y'all think about this one? Michelle says, yes, I love that. Andrew says, like it. Anyone else? Dubrovka says yes. Hey there. So everybody's okay with this one? Because I'll put it on the design board if you are. Vicky says she likes it too. Jaja loves it. Okay, then let's get this put on the design board so that I can sew it. We are going to have one scrappy quilt, let me tell you. And I think it's going to be beautiful. Okay, now let's make number 2 block because I think there's enough here to make 3. Okay, I was looking, eyeballing these purples here. See what else I have purple-wise in here. We have that very weird purple right there. Okay. That gets kicked out. Let's do this. I know this might not look right to start with, but let's try this. We're going to put this down here. And we're going to put that one up here like so. Beautifully and chaotically Katie's. That's right. Yeah, that's why it's called Katie's Creative Chaos. So I know some people are having trouble with it because it doesn't seem like there's organization, but in my brain there is because all I care about is making color. All right, let me see here. Let's see what this looks like up here. And let's see what this one looks like down here. I've been doing computer work and I'm seeing circles. Laugh out loud. Hey, says Mona. All right, now then, you see it's kind of got a little bit of darkness going on here. So what we need to do is light a little bit of a fire. Let's see what we can come up with. Yeah, let me see here. Well, okay, so if this is like this, no, nope. What about, let me do this one. Man, these are really giving me a hard time. Turn the middle left. I see why you wanted me to turn that now. These colors are almost the same shade. Would you look at that? That is too funny. So I'm wondering, that was actually an interesting yeah. Katie, I wanted to be with you today. I have a giant headache. If it goes away, I'll join. It's okay, Mona. If not, you can always join me tomorrow night because I don't have any wingman tomorrow night either. For some strange reason, I don't have anyone to sew with me tomorrow either, which is strange. Usually I have someone, but I didn't know what happened. I must have dropped the ball or something. Wait a minute, this is bugging me. Let me get rid of this one and get rid of this one. And we're going to stick this in here. And we're going to stick this. Nope. Oh my gosh. Maybe I need to make some more blocks. Katie, Sharon says, Katie, we all sew with you. Thank you for that. I know you do. Let me see here. This is pestering me a little bit, darn it. I think I need some more block color. See, if this was not turned away, if these, yeah, that actually would be all right like that. I've been here just lurking, says Andy. We will be with you, says Dubrovka. Thank you. Wouldn't the purple in the diagonal and the black, wouldn't the purple be in the diagonal and the black in the other? Yeah. I'm thinking, I think I have too many dark colors right now, and that's causing me to have a little bit of angst about what I'm doing. So I'm thinking about um, doing something, but I'm not sure what I want to do because this one is a pain in the. Maybe I'll just take. Y'all bear with me here because I'm probably going to do something here in a minute. See, this one got left out. I thought I had another piece of that one. These are all 2.5 inch. I need to do something with them because we need more color. We definitely need more color. So I'm going to do something about this. So let me see what I can do to create some more color. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move these aside for right now. I need to add some more. I need to make some more color because I have too many. I think what the problem is most of this is too dark. No, there's nothing wrong with them. I just need to add some more brighter colors to help offset the darker colors. I made too many dark. They're not dark. What I mean is I need more contrast. That's what's bugging me. I feel like I don't have enough contrast is what's bugging me, I think. So having said that, we are going to make a few more 4-patch blocks to fix that problem. Well, I'm not done and nothing's happening in these. I just need to add some color because I think that's what's got me stuck is there's not enough contrast in here. There's too many dark colors. And there's nothing wrong with the colors. It's just if you look at the, here, let me show you. If you put all these in together, there's not that much contrast in here. There's a lot of, even that red is dark. See what I'm saying? It's, I need more contrast. Greens and oranges look good next to purple. I need to, yeah, I'm going to go through my box here and we're going to make some more color because I think that's what's bugging me. And I think what's happened, I'll be right back, y'all. I need to. Yeah, go find some 5-inch squares. Hold on a minute. Let's see what we can find. No, I don't want to play with those. And this one, on the other hand, maybe. Hmm. Look, there's some cake right here. I need to put that with the rest of my cake. I have a bunch of cake. And that's Batiks. All of that is Batik. All right, let's see what we can dig out of that. Okay, let's see what we can dig out of this stuff to help brighten it up a little bit. Okay, if you had one more with the purple with the, if you had one more with the purple like the one on your sewing machine, you mean this with the purple? Yeah, because I think I had some of that purple left over actually. Here's a piece of purple. Actually, there's two of those. I think. Yeah, there's two here. Were you talking about the purple with the, if you had one more with the purple like the one on your sewing machine, you could do a diagonal purple with the center square. Yeah, because here's purple. Because this is, where's that other purple one? Because I know I had more than one. There's that one. I wish I had some more of that puppy paw one. But for some weird reason, I don't. Which is kind of strange. Because there should have been some more. Andrea says that was way before you took apart that block. Oh, got ya. Okay, well, we have this color purple here, and we also have this purple here. I could either do it in this color. Yeah, actually, I could do it in this color. And then, because then it'll all blend in together anyway. So let's make another block like this, and we'll see what it looks like. And I think what I need to do is take these, what's left of these 2.5 here, and blend them in with a lighter color. And it might help ease my brain a little bit. Because for some reason I'm having a roadblock and normally I don't have one. So let's see what I can dig out of this pile of blocks or squares. This is going to get set aside. All right. This one, it's a cool looking block, but it's just not blending into anything. And maybe that's why I keep keep taking it out because and I need more yellow too. That's also tripping me up. I don't have enough of this yellow or a yellow in it to like soften the darker colors, if that makes sense. Okay, dinner is done and so clean up. It's funny how everyone wants to eat dinner regardless of whether or not I'm watching a live. That's how it goes. Unfortunately, Bonnie says, actually, I've been listening while I was making, serving, and cleaning up for dinner. I can take a break now. All right, let me see what I can dig out of this pile of stuff to play with. I think that was pretty. That one's doable. Ooh, we have that color. And would you? Oh, my bot drives me crazy. I shouldn't be doing that often. Or it's because I've been live a long time, one. There's bees on this one. Now, see, that can come play. This one can come play too, because I bet you I'll use them. And we'll stick that one in there too, because I bet I can use them. Hi, Sandra K. All right. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see what will talk to me yeah. And I've already pulled a couple things and I'll keep going. And some of this looks like repeats because it is, because I had more than one of these. Now, idea is to use these up. So we're going to keep on going. Some of these are actually pretty. And then there's some I'm like, me. All right, we're going to throw that one in there. Shirley said, hey, Shirley. Shirley says it's cold here. It feels like 0 Fahrenheit and windy. It's too warm here. Let me see what our temperature is. Our temperature is, yeah, that's why it's so hot in this house. It's 37 degrees outside. So when it was colder, the house, maintains a certain temperature. And when the temperature goes up outside, it's already at that temperature inside. So it makes it, that's why I'm sweating, because I'm super hot right now. I don't want to use it. Wait, we'll stick one yellow in there. Okay, so I've gone through those already. Now then, let's look at some of these. Oh, Laura, thank you. I appreciate you. She says, Katie and all, thank you for keeping me company this evening. Anytime, my friend. All right, let me see what I can dig out of this one. This one's got interest. Ooh. I haven't even gone through this one before. This one's got rainbows on it, bees on it, cherries looks, no, those are either cherries or apples one. Not sure which. But I see a color in here that's pretty. And I'm going to snatch out of here. Let's take these hearts. Yeah, let's do those. Oh, these are mushrooms. Those are super cute. Look, you guys. I'll be using them. Ooh, them would look good in there too, wouldn't they? I bet those are going to get used before it's over with. Take those. Bees, bees, bees. There is bees in here. Pretty little bees. Yeah, I know. I'm crazy. I've lost my mind because I love sewing and making all kinds of pretty little blocks, even if they don't make sense to anyone else. Shirley says, thankfully, it got caught by the apple tree in the fence. Oh, no. Y'all are the best group of people I've ever seen. Y'all been so patient watching me fiddle around and not get any. No, I can't say that I didn't get anything done. It's not exactly true. What do you want? Guess who wants to go outside? Is that what all this ruckus is? Wow, this is pretty. These are batiks. Those are going back into the batik. These are going to get used on a batik quilt. Here, I thought this. It doesn't even say it's Robert Kaufman. Bright rainbow color story, prism dyes, but it didn't say until you start going through it and realize it's batiks. This is definitely batiks, and they are gorgeous. Back into the baggie you go, because you get used somewhere else. So you're off the hook of getting cut on today. Delia says, as long as you like this blocks, that's all that truly matters. Yep. He said, yep. All right. So I've picked out a few, and we'll see if we can't brighten it up a little bit. I'll be right back. I need to put Nora on the tie down. Bye. Sorry, guys. She's already done, so that's why it took me so long. I'm so sorry. Delia's Laura says, I agree, Delia. If you love the block, go with it. Y'all are so cool. Everybody still wanting to hang, or do y'all want to get off? Let me know when you're bored and we'll stop. Because right now, I'm okay with however long we could be here. Because I love hanging out with all of you guys. Because y'all are the best group of people I've ever seen. I know I sound like a cartoon. No. Y'all help me get through when I need to when Nikolai's not here. It's a good way to keep me company too. Believe it or not, I like doing this because I also benefit because I get to hang out with you beautiful people when I'm alone and my husband's out to sea. It kind of helps ease the being by myself all the time. Okay, so I picked out some blocks or some squares here. So what I'm going to do is we have, like I said, we have these 2.5-inch strips right here. And I know these are 5-inch ones. Now I'm only going to use some of them, and then the rest of them will get used as whole pieces. So I'm just going to pull out a couple and we'll play around and see what we can come up with. Let's see, let's save that one because I want to make 4 patches within. And we'll take one of these and put one aside. Then we'll take one of these, one of these. Oh, I didn't realize I pulled the bees out. I was trying not to. Okay. Now we'll see what we can do with some of this. Okay. Let's see what we can come up with out of all of this. Okay. Okay. Let me see what y'all are saying. I'm still sewing and listening. And then Rita says, Katie, you are never alone, not with this community. Thank you. Katie, it all depends on how you are. Right now, I'm not in pain. I'm not uncomfortable. I took medicine earlier, and I'll have to take medicine at midnight. But outside of that, I'm fine so far. I know I'm getting slower, which means I'm probably soon. Okay. All right. Now let's play around a bit because we're only going to get 1 4 patch out of these colors because I only, well, maybe. All right. Actually, I might could get, hang on a minute. We might could rectify this by making 2 of something. Let me see. We have this dark blue, and I'm pretty sure I still have some in here. Yep, here's one. So I'm going to trade this one for this one. Let me see about the green. We'll be able to make 2 4 patches instead of just 1. I wanted to use this earlier. I don't know why I didn't. So what I'm doing is I'm going back through the box and see what we can come up with. Okay, to try to at least make some. Some of these are probably not going to let me make but 1 4 patch because I don't have enough. Because I'm slowly getting. Ooh, here's one. So let's use this one as well, and we'll put this back in the box. And let's see what else we got. All right. Doesn't look like I have any. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I have any more of that one. Wait a minute. Maybe I do. Hold on. I do. So let's put that one there and put this one back in the box. Because we'll use it for another day or use it on another day. There's always the chance. That we can use it again. Scraps are always usable. I don't think that's the same color. Nope, it's not. But there's this green. So what I'm doing is I'm going back through my box and see what we can use and what we should not. Well, because I already have plenty of. But I definitely wanted some more yellow in here because we need to lighten the color up a little bit because I don't want them to be too dark. You know, okay, I think we got to start here between this stuff, and all I'm going to do is just make some more four patch blocks, to see if we can't get a little bit more color structure into this, because it's still going to be scrappy and everything, but I needed a little more bright color in the mix with that. And I think that's what was bugging me a little bit. Okay. What do y'all think about what I pulled out of here? Because we have all of these colors that we've already used before, but then I also pulled out these lighter colors here to work with these darker colors as well. And it should help make blending better. What do y'all think about all of that? I know the way I do things is not organized, but this is just how I do color. I let it talk to me and it talks to me, and then I pick it. I don't sit down and think. And tonight I'm trying not to think too much because for some reason I'm having a little bit of a mind thing going on. Rita, my maternal grandmother, basically raised me. She taught me all of my crafty skills and cooking skills. I miss her every single day. And Rita says, I know that one. I need to go back and put labels on all my quilts. Sylvia says, yes, someday that'll stick. Some days that'll stick. I think too much. Just grab and go. Yep. Rita says, Laura, I do not remember much about my great grandma. My dad's grandma, she taught me how to hand sew when I was like 3. Then my birth mom's mother from Cilicia, Italy taught, is that Sicily or Cilicia? Taught me about cooking. Sylvia, that's so awesome. I don't have any quilts to my grandpa made, but my husband found 23 EPP grandma's flower garden blocks. Oh, that's so cool. All right, let's get on this because I'm getting distracted. Okay. First thing I'm going to do is we are going to deal with this purple with the dots. And all I'm going to do is just, wait, let me do something. I need to trim this first. What do I do with my ruler? Okay, I'm going to sew this down. All right, now let's play. I need to see a couple things. We got this purple. That's getting set aside for right now. All right. That must have been all I had that day. That's interesting. Could have sworn I had some left. But nope, I don't. Okay. All right, so I'm going to set this one aside. Clear red. All right. What I'm doing is I'm looking for something here in the middle of this pile. Oh, there's some more gray right there. I thought I had some more. Okay. Because I want to make another one like that. Okay. So we have this one. Lord, maybe talk to Joe with vintage style for Joe. Delia, now I'm on the hunt for some green vintage fabric that I could that I can connect them with. What kind of green fabric? Looky here, we're going to use that color. Okay, so we'll put these two together. There we go. All right, now we're going to put this yellow with oh, let's put this one. This will look great with this. Okay, so we got that one. Okay, now then, let's see what we can do with the rest of this. Okay, we got this dark green and the purple and a dark navy blue. Okay, so we're going to take this one. I'm going to put it with this one. Okay, and then let me see here. We're going to take this one and this one. Let me see if I want to put the butterflies, if I want to use the butterflies, or do I want to use, okay. Now then, let me see what we can do with what I've got now left. Okay, so we have this color. Mhm. Okay, now let's put this with this. And now we have pink. That one. Let's see here. Let's do. Let's put this one with this one. And the red can go with this one. All right. I got them all picked up now. Headache is back with a vengeance, so I'm laying down, but we'll leave you running. Thank you, Andrea. And I hope you get to feeling better. I sure hope the doctors figure out why you keep having nasty little headaches. Is Andy still in here by any chance? Andy, let me know if you're here. Andy, let me know if you're here. Ah, Tuber Chat was live tonight and I didn't even know it. Oops. I was looking to see if Andy had gone live yet. What time are you going live, hon? And can if you have you set up a link yet, or are you taking the night off? Let me know if you're going to go live, and I'll get the link from you so that I can send everybody your way. Are you sewing? What are you doing? All right, let's do this. We got more to sew. Do you have a thrift store over there? No. They have a Red Cross, and I've been in there 2 or 3 times. They don't have anything. She says, maybe in an hour. Okay. Keep me posted, okay? Because I'll sew for as long as I can, and then just let me know when you're ready to go. As I think I'm on a roll here. All right. She says she's crocheting. Maybe? Okay. Hey, did you get everything ready for your sale? I need you, if you do, let me know about that too, because I was gonna share it in my live to let everybody know you're having a fabric sale. And I need to get in contact with Myra about the Disney stuff. Still sickly, so waiting. Okay, all right. Keep me posted. I hope you get to feeling better though, hon. I'm sorry you're not feeling good. Andrea, I am so sorry. I have chronic migraine, so I understand. Sending healing feelings from Laura. Don't forget, Andy, you can type exclamation Andy if you want to share your channel too. In fact, any of you who have channels, please share your channel. Exclamation selfie, or if you already know you're in the bot, you can type exclamation and your name. And if it doesn't work, then do the selfie. I miss Joanne, says Jaja. I think a lot of people do. I didn't have that love affair with Joanne's because I've been gone for so long. But I do like Hobby Lobby, which is funny. They have beautiful fabric in their stores. Or they did when I last was in there. They may not now, but when I was last in there, they did. Yeah, if you guys have never been to Andy's channel, she just shared her channel. Y'all hop on over there and subscribe to her channel because she crochets a cool little different little projects she crochets, but she also sews, and she's going to be having a de-stash fabric sale when she's back on her feet again. Andy, I am crocheting right now. I'm just doing a simple corner to corner for a donation Afghan for the NICU to close stores. Aw, and I wasn't ready for those prices. Jaja says, I didn't even know about the quilt shops really until they started to close the stores. I wasn't ready for those. Yeah, the prices in the quilt shops are pricey. That's why I buy from Fat Quarter Shop more than anything. They're not as bad. I love that you're making something for the NICU. I used to donate blood that went to the NICU. All of my blood went to the NICU because I didn't have something in my blood most adults have, which is surprising considering my history with my asthma. Why is this? Oh man, that's really awful block, or that's cut wrong one. Let's see which it is. No, it's this that's cut wrong. It's definitely off. I guess I won't be using that green. What the heck? That's like 4 3/4 on one side and 5 inches on the other side. I don't even know how that could be like that. We might not be using that piece. Yep, I don't think we're going to be using that piece because I think this is entirely too busy for that. Unless I happen to have a piece in here that well, I have a partial piece here I can use. Yeah, let's do that. We can use a partial piece. Does anyone have a Shop Hop magazine? I just got mine the other day after work. It has coupons to buy one, get one free, yards of fabric, 3 yards max. Katie, I used to donate blood too because mine is universal and used in the NICU, but then I had to have several transfusions and now they won't take mine. Yeah. I don't know if I can still donate or not, especially now that I've had COVID vaccines given to me. Yeah, this is This one's not. That's so weird. This one's not, but the other two were. The other two must have been miscut or something. Jaja says, I think they say no to you because you've been out of the country. I think you have to be have been here for so long after a trip. Hmm. I don't know. I mean, only foreign country I've been to is Denmark and here. It's weird, but they don't ask people to donate blood here, which is surprising to me. But it could be they might do it in Denmark. I don't know. I'm sure they have blood banks in Denmark. But Greenland probably does it because it requires infrastructure. Oh, I'm talking about donating in the US. I forgot. It's okay. I know because I'm an American, and all. I don't know. I have never I haven't donated in quite a long time now, but I used to give like for twice. I mean, several times a year, and I even did freesias. But after about the sixth time of doing freesias, I'm like, I'm not doing that anymore. I couldn't deal with how it made me feel for days afterwards. It made me feel like someone had stole my life force, which is how it felt to me. Was the oddest sensation. All right. This needs to be sewn again. Take this one to sew. right, so I'm gonna set these aside because I'm not quite ready to start messing with them yet, because there's something I want to try doing with these first. All right. Okay. Delia says, Laura, I have a mess of potato chip blocks and 5-inch squares I brought along so I can make some with no issues. Speaking of potato chip block, I have some potato chip blocks I need to finish. I'm being sidetracked. And it's colorful enough that I already can see that it's going to go to a grandkid. I can't keep everything, so I'm going to give all the cotton bright colored ones to the kids. All right, there's something I want to test out here. I have a theory, but the only way I'm going to know if my theory is true that goes good together, these two colors. I don't know what it looks like under the camera. Oh, well, if I look, I would see, but that looks nice together. All right. I want to see what will happen if I take these two and line them up on both sides. And then pin them. She says, see, I didn't mean to commit to making them. I meant I want to make sure I can quilt them on my Juki, as I never have done that before. Oh, got ya. My daughter said they get tons of quilts and Afghans made for girls, but few for boys. Yeah, you know what? I have heard that before about that there's not as many for men or boys as there is for girls. Nope. Life for me, I'm not feeling any better. Gonna lay down. Okay, sweetie. Big hugs, and I'll have you in my prayers. Rest well, and I hope you get to feeling better. I don't know if I want to do this way or not. I'm going to try one just for the hell of it to see what happens. Where are you located, Laura? I guess I should think about talking about that poll before I forget about it. Julia, I'm in Gilbert, Arizona, and but would be happy to pay postage to provide more quilts and afghans to her NICU. All right, let's see what this Siri gives me. Okay, let's do the other side and see what, then we'll see what the verdict is. What size do they need to be? Surely 30 by 36, but if they are a bit bigger, it's okay. Okay, I do not have any baby type fabric, but if I come across some, I will make you some. All right, let's see if this is measures out to what it should. Plus, no plus. All right, let's measure this and see if it's 4.5 like it's supposed to be. And it is indeedy. Wow, I would have never have done those like that. That's cool. They're a little wrinkly, but outside of that, they seem okay. Surely I made some that were gender neutral and not necessarily children's fabric. I have a project for this weekend. Be right back, putting up my laundry. Or putting my laundry in. I read that wrong. I think I'm getting a little bit quiet on you guys. Not mean to. Okay, slowly gonna get this done. Do you, Katie, measure the charm squares before making 4 patches to see what the real size is. They're 5 by 5. It was the green, there was 2 of the striped green ones. There something was off about them. One side was 5 inches, the other side was 4 3/4. So I have no idea how that even happened. It must have been something I did when I don't know. It was weird. But these seem to be okay because I checked them. I know that this is off topic, but does anyone have any suggestions for a good hand cream? My hands get so dry that they crack and bleed regardless of how much hand cream. You know what my mother used to use because she suffered from, which I now suffer from, but she used corn huskers. But I don't really care for corn huskers, but she loved it. And it's an old remedy, I guess, that they used from when she was growing up. And she said it kept her hands from being dried out. So you could always try that. I don't know if you can find it up your way or not. Laura, have you ever tried using aloe vera gel? You can get it at Walmart. Or tricorn. Yeah, what? So I'm not the only one that knows about corn huskers. The only reason I don't use the corn huskers is because I don't like the greasiness to it. It feels greasy to me, but then I think all hand lotions do. And I don't like that. So I just let my hands stay dry all the time. Bag bomb. That's interesting. Never heard of that one. Now that sounds funny, but go to the feed store and get a product called Bag Balm. It's used to put on udders of milk cows. That is interesting. Never even heard of that. Uh-oh. Laura, I use a product. It is made by Dr. Teal's. It is the lavender essential of lotion. It has cocoa butter, shea butter, and vitamin E in it. You can also get liquid vitamin E oil. And this thing is way behind. What's the deal? Dubrovka, thank you. Thank you all so very much. I'll go shopping this weekend. I'm going to grab all the suggestions that I can find and I'll try them all. Jenna says, I'm going to try the uh, YRY and the corn huskers. My grandma used to use it. I hope I can find it around here. Yeah, my mom was a true believer of the corn huskers. Okay, now we get to press these seams open, and then we'll use the iron afterwards and we'll start sewing them together. Actually, could reuse these again, that gray. Maybe, we'll see. Because I might just use some more of that gray. All right, let's get to rolling these. My Walmart stopped carrying it, but I try. You might try looking on Amazon too. You might be able to order it. Sometimes when you can't find it elsewhere, they have it. Hi, Pat Boo. How are you? I just realized it was you that made that comment. Sorry, I wasn't ignoring you. Kind of got myself in a little bit of a rhythm here, concentrating on what I'm doing. Plus, I've been live for a little while today, so I'm putting in some watch hours. I might just head to Amazon for a one-stop shop, says Laura. Yep, you might find everything you need right there. You never know how that goes. We're coming along with this. We're doing really good tonight, you guys. I was just thinking if I said hi to you, I jumped on the lotion thing because I have the same problem. And hi, Katie. Yep. I didn't want you to think I was ignoring you either. I was so engrossed in what I was doing, I didn't realize it was you that made the comment. Because sometimes I just like read the comments. Hi, Nifty. Oh, my goodness, what's going on here? This one is off. Why are you off? That's a good question. This one's not. So why was that one off? Hmm. Oh, maybe because I'm. And this one. Let's see what this one is. Ah. just off by very little. Rita says, or if you're like me, I have an entire front yard full of aloe plants, which have been known to harvest and use for, oh no. That browser just crushed and burned. That wasn't cool. The browser crashed. Okay, Pat says, hello, Nifty. And Rita says, Delia, you can do that also. I just process mine and mix it with witch hazel and lavender. And then Laura says, Rita, I don't have aloe vera in this house, but should probably plant some. And Pat says, I did that for a long time, but ran out. And then Laura says, Pat, I'm well. I hope you're doing well too. And Delia says, it grows all over the place in my hometown of Key West. My sister was born in Key West, Delia. But do you know I've never seen Key West? I might have seen it as a baby because, my sister was born down there on the somewhere wherever the Navy base was at down there at the time. So my dad was stationed down there for a while. And that must have been why he decided to move us to Florida when he got out of the Navy. We had a Navy hospital in Key West when I was a kid. So that was probably where she was born at, because me and my middle sister were born on the Navy base in Charleston, South Carolina. And so Charleston, South Carolina is on my bucket list right along with Key West of seeing the next time I make a trip to the States. Key West is nothing like it used to be when I was growing up. Oh, I'm sure it's changed in 62 years. No, 60 years. Because she was born in 1963. No, she was born in 1960, either 64 or 65, one of those. Because there's like almost 3 years difference between me and her, but there's only 9 months difference between me and my middle sister. Actually, there's less than that because she just had her birthday on the 18th of this month. So right now we're staying the same age. She's 64. I'm 64. And that'll last until I have my birthday on the 26th of March. It's the strangest thing. Every year we go through this thing where we stay the same age for a little while. I think I need a vacation, says Laura. Yep, you're not the only one. Rita says, Katie, no, Katie, you are just celebrating the 46th anniversary of the 18th birthday. No, I think you missed my point though. It's just weird when she and I have the same, that we stay the same age together for a month and a week and 1 day. Uh-oh. I sewed these on the wrong side. Of course I did. Now I gotta fix that. Gummit. It's gotten worse, Laura. Newcomers have come and have done their best to change things, take out the trees that are native to the island. Of course they have. All these rich people who think they know what they're doing, ruining my state. Those are the same creepos that brought in the kudzu that now they're having to dig up and burn because it'll take over hundreds of acres in a matter of months. Really? I sewed these on the wrong side too? This is really bad. And it's because I couldn't tell the difference when I was doing it. Dang. These has got to be ripped out too and resewn. Okay, well, at least I didn't mess those up. Last time I was home was for my 45th class reunion. Hoping to get back next year for my 50th. I'm hoping to get to one of my class reunions too. Yeah, I sewed the wrong side of the fabric on. So I got to take them off and sew the right side to the right side instead of the wrong side to the right side, because that's what I did. Unfortunately, not the first time I've done that. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Are you interested in? Oh, never mind. That bot is advertising a video. It's a really great video that y'all should watch that has to do with Greenland. It's a really good video. It's not my video either. It's someone else's video. But it was made by some Greenlanders. think I'm starting to burn out here. But I'm going to fix those first. But I'm going to have more blocks to make, which means we will get closer to the amount of blocks I actually need to have made. And then it'll be the hourglasses are going to take longer, unfortunately. That color, look at that, you guys. That color really goes together. That looks nice. At least I think it does. All right, let's rip these out so I can fix them. That is when mistakes happen, unfortunately. Yep, it's when you start getting a little bit tired. But sometimes my eyes plays tricks on me too, which doesn't help because they're tired. But it's okay. We're going to rip them out, turn them around, sew them back on, press open the seam, and then I probably will stop after that and save these for later today. Chris says, love it. And Laura says, pretty. Yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy? Look at that. They look pretty together. Look at that. That is really a nice color together. And the interesting thing is, hang on, I'll show you something. Right in these little rainbow things, see right there? It's the same color as that background of that. So it's like this is making this pop. Ouch. Bonnie says, gotta run. See you tomorrow. Okay. Look at something 20 feet away for 20 seconds to reset your eyes. I gotta stop bumping my knee on this desk. All right, so let me get these ripped out and then we'll resew them. Okay, let me double check this. Yep. Then we'll sew it so I don't goop it up. All right. Got it all turned around like it's supposed to be. Now we got to just get it lined back up again. And sew it. All right, let me move these aside. It's not the first time I've heard that, Jaja. Someone else, I saw it somewhere else. but I didn't know if it was true or not. If you're a channel creator, don't forget to share your channel, exclamation selfie. You guys burning out too? I'm still here watching, says Laura. So Laura, I know you've been putting fabric away and stuff. How many yards of yardage do you think you have? I'm curious. Is it, you said you had enough to go a lifetime. So is it yardage or is it pre-cuts you have a lot of? And no, I'm not singling you out. I'm just curious. Plus, I'm trying to hold a conversation. Just put the glue on the right side of the fabric for my FPP. Need to sleep soon, says Chris. I get that. I don't think I'm going to do any paper piecing tonight. Just getting the pieces cut for the applique. My thumb is sore. Now I have the spring scissors so it can finish. I might feel like working on the other block maybe tonight. We'll see. I kind of having one of my weeks where I'm like, nope, I don't want to mess with it. Enjoy. Wait, Jen just said something. Genesis, wait, Genesis, not at all. I am on the roll learning this FPP stuff, and it is only 9 p.m. here. So I am planning at least another 3 hours. Awesome. 10 p.m. in Charleston. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the morning here. Well, 1:06 if you want to get technical. Katie, I have a ton of yardage and pre-cuts. I have a love for fat quarter bundles. Honestly, the collection is ridiculous, but it has been in the making over 20 years. I would love to see what fabric lines you have in all those fat quarter bundles, because I'm guarantee you there are none of them in print anymore, which would make them very cool to look at. Jaja says 1 a.m. for Katie. That's great. All right, let's get all these threads pulled out of here so I can sew these back together again. Where is my trusty little, oh, there they are. And we'll turn this around so that I don't make that mistake again. Can't believe I did that. Could have sworn I had them turned the right direction, but apparently not. Katie, I have a lot of batiks, and when I can't sew anymore, I'm thinking of you, thinking you may want, I will always want batiks. I will not stop wanting batiks. They are my whole world right now. Laura says, Laura's, wait. Oh, and I have an absurd amount of panels and I really don't use them very often. I can't pass up a great sale. Then Rita says, I have to get all of my scraps and crumbs made up. I bought some Thule, so going to make something, probably bags. And then Pat says, I have a lot of batiks, and when I can't sew anymore, I was thinking you may want them. Yep, I probably will. If you want to come off of them, I'll take them. No problem at all. I could kick myself because all the batiks I bought from so yeah, I wish I'd have thought to ask them what manufacturer they were from, because their boutiques is the only ones I don't know who manufactured them. And it would be nice to know who they are so I could put them in my description box. I have really caught the batik bug too. Yeah, I am so in love with them. That's all I want to sew is batiks. All I want to do is sew some batiks. Sorry, I was trying to be funny. All of my fabrics were stored in totes, and I'm moving them to a filing cabinet system. I have 3 cabinets full and will likely need at least 3 more. Excuse me. Well, at least you're being productive. It sounds like you're getting somewhere, so that's great. Laura, I have shelvings made on one side of my wall and then have a freestanding shelving unit I had made. Gee, that's what I thought. I seriously couldn't pass it up. They are, they also have Tilda 50% off. I bought all of it and had it shipped to me. Wow. It's sad when you sew something on backwards and you have to go undo it after you had it all nice and pristine and pretty. Katie, Greenland only has 4 numbers for zip code. Is that right? Yes. And we had, instead of a 9-digit phone number, wait a minute. Let me make sure I say this right. I need a piece of paper. No, I cannot keep up. Yeah. Instead of having a 10-digit phone number, we have a 9-digit phone number. And yep, our zip code is just 4 digits. Like the town I live in is 3920. I know one thing, the box that was sent from Syracuse is sitting in Denmark right now. Box number 2 is already in Denmark. All right, let's resew these. Katie, yeah, got that. Katie, how big is your uh finished 4 square? 4.5. Oh, I had one more to do. So the 4 patches are 4.5. And then when you sew all of them together for the 9 patch, if I remember right, you should have a 12.5-inch block. Let me measure one of these. But I need to go find a big ruler. Well, this block is, yeah, it's 12 3/4, which means probably all the rest of them are too. I couldn't remember if they were 12.5 or if they were I'm sorry, not 3/4, 12 1/4, my bad. Yeah, so that's about what they're averaging out to be. Katie, when will you get back into your bigger room? Um, so we're going to Denmark in June. And while I'm there, I'm going to visit the IKEA shop, and I'm going to see about um, ordering some furniture for that room so that we can, because we've been working on, for one thing, we're still cleaning glass. We've been cleaning glass for months and we still haven't got it all. Every time we move something else, we find more. And then we have some of the glass that's in that room is embedded into other things and we're having difficulty getting it out. So it's going to be an ongoing affair until we figure out how to get rid of all the glass. But we're working toward it. I mean, we started emptying the room out. And things are going into the cold room as we emptied out. So far, I've thrown away 3 huge garbage bags of scrapped fabric because I can't get the glass out of it because they're too small to mess with, not without cutting up my hands. So, and then I just, yeah. Yeah, we probably could buy a shop vac and see if that doesn't help. It's either that or I don't know. We'll figure it out. But definitely I plan on coming back with or sending home. I want to buy a couple, I forget what the name of these cabinets are where I could put my rulers inside of them. And we're going to probably buy a table that goes up and down so that if I want to stand up so I can. Because what we're going to do is put desks where they face each other. And so we're going to change something about the cutting table, or we may just build a whole new table. I don't know, because the glass is embedded in my cutting table and there's no way to get it out because we use plywood for the top of it and it's not finished plywood. It's like you go to the lumber yard and buy a sheet of plywood that's never been sanded or anything, and we didn't sand it because I didn't think we needed to. And now it's full of little tiny shards that won't come out. we we used a vacuum cleaner on the top of it, and there's still glass on it. Better to throw it out than hurt yourself. I know, but it makes me sick to my stomach because there's a lot of money going down the toilet. It's not like I have, yeah. I'm trying not to get about it. As long as I don't spend too much time thinking about it, the little angry thing stays hidden. But it really irks me because she took away our control by letting this happen. It's her fault. And I guess I'm one of these people that think that people shouldn't get away with anything. When they do wrong, they should pay the price for doing wrong. But my entire life was filled with that kind of thing, and they got away with everything. So I don't know. I can't explain myself, and I now I'm on a tangent, and I didn't mean to get there. Sorry. My apologies, you guys. It is a bit of a I know, I know. I could have got hurt. I was lucky enough that I wasn't in the room when it happened. I mean, I had been sewing in there for 12 hours straight because we were having that bad weather and I couldn't sleep. But my eyes were hurting, so I decided to go take a small nap, and which means I had left the room at 8 o'clock, and the accident happened, or our room got destroyed 2 hours later. And I could have been in there sewing when it happened, which would have been bad because I would have had glass in my eyeballs. It's crazy how that glass shattered, but it got hit by such a velocity. It not only shattered the glass, but it broke the whole window frame and everything. Laura says, Kitty, I understand there might be some ways, but sometimes it's better to move forward. I know y'all want me to move forward. And I'm not balking at the idea of not moving forward. It's just kind of, it hurts my heart. I don't know how else to put it. Mostly, I think it's about, I don't like people getting away with things, and she got away with it. And I think that's what bugs me the most about it. She couldn't even come over here and say, I'm sorry. You and Nico were fortunate that you weren't injured. Yes, indeed. I'm going to put more drink in my cup. I'll be right back. Keep talking. I'm listening. I'm not wanting you to stop. Uh-oh. I just tripped. You and Nico were fortunate. You were, yep, you're right. Ouch. Uh, I was looking, I want to show you something because I know some of you remember me working on it. when I show you what I'm talking about. Hopefully you remember that far back. So do you remember when I had that TV box covered in purple flannel, which is over there right now. And I was working on a friendship star using batiks. Do any of you remember that? It was I was using different tones of blue, and I had them all on the wall, on the design wall, all of these batiks. So I think I had like 6 blocks already done, and it was mounted on the wall. And I was explaining how I was going to do the batik friendship quilt that I was working on, because I had gifted my boss the first one I made. And so I had some of these, there was a big bunch of these sitting on top of the cutting table because I had just finished sewing them. See this, that some of these have paper. Yeah, they still had the paper on them. So I had a big stack of them sitting on the sewing table. When the accident happened, and when I started trying to pick up some of my stuff, I noticed I had some blocks missing off the design board. There was a bunch of these missing that were already sewn. And when I was taking the vacuum cleaner, let me see if I can show you. I was trying to take the vacuum cleaner to suck off the glass. See how it frayed the edge of it? And anyway, I had enough to make the entire, it was all cut. All the triangles were sewn in paper. And when I started looking for them, over half of them are missing. I mean, now these seem to be okay for the most part, but yeah, the paper is off of these. These are okay, but the ones, a lot of them that still had the paper on them, they're missing, and they probably got sucked out the window. And it's the same thing with Nikolai's Millennium Falcon. There's pieces missing of that probably got sucked out the window. And I am going to make this. I just got to figure out. I don't remember what Batik line I was doing these from, because these are like that marble. So I should be able to find something similar to finish it with. And the white I have, yeah, I have some other white here I can work with as Batiks. But I just need to see if I can find some more of the marble like this of the Batiks, because and I never have had a lot of it. I think I bought this as a fat quarter bundle, and so when the windows got broke out, it's a lot of this got, because it was on top of the cutting table, and the cutting table was in front of the window. So when I walked in there, there was a tornado going on inside the room, and things were getting sucked out the window. And so I think some of my stuff ended up God knows where outside. And yeah, so I have pieces missing, and but at least I have this. Carol says, so sorry, Katie. It takes a long time to heal from things when you are violated. It's a shame. Yes, it is. Watercolors, says Pat. Take 1 or 2 of the squares with you on your vacation, and you can shop our fabric to finish your pretty quilt blocks. That's a good idea, too. That's actually a great idea, Delia. I will do that. I'll put a couple in a Ziploc bag and take it with me. Because maybe I can find some batiks like this, because this is batiks. And I'm pretty sure, I'm almost sure it was a fat quarter bundle because it was colors that all coordinated with one another. But I noticed that a lot these ones that got all run around by the wind are just in sad shape. But it's okay. It's all right. It's all good. It's all good. But that is a great idea because maybe I can find some more so I can finish it. Because I want to finish it because it was supposed to be my first tutorial. And it didn't turn out to be a tutorial anymore. All right. My husband's going to call me here soon. He promised me he would. Katie, when you sew them all together, you will never notice. That's true. I just need to get them to sew. I need to sew them together before they ravel too much more. That's what I'm worried about. Is I know every time I look in the box, I'm like, if I touch them, are they going to ravel some more? And they're one of the things I've mentioned about batiks is I love working batiks because I love how they're here. Let me show you. You get a piece of one of these pieces right here. I want to show you something. When you're first messing with batiks, I know a lot of people starch their cotton because they like the stiffness of it. One of the things I like about batiks is because they also feel stiff. But the more you handle them, every time you press it. Hold on a minute. Hey, can I call you back in 5 minutes?
Bye.
I'll call you right back, okay?
Bye.
All right. Love you.
Love you.
Talk soon. Okay. Bye then. Okay, so what I was saying was, when you first get them, they're substantial, they're stiff, and they're easy to work with. But every time you press them, every time you cut them, and then you press them again, as you're progressively building your quilt with this, they and if you work with them enough, you'll see what I'm talking about. They soften a lot. And by the time you get to the finished quilt top, the stiffness that you had with the batiks is gone, and you have this very soft quilt top. And this particular one, these like this one, because I had pressed the fabric, cut the fabric, made the half square triangles, which means you press them again. Then you pull the paper off of them and you press them again, and they soften. And so a lot of times when what you're used to, and because I see raveling along the edges of a couple of these, and it's probably from the wind that caused this because they were blown all over the place. I'm concerned about if I don't hurry up and get this sewn soon, I won't be able to sew it at the size that it was meant to be sewn at. Does that make sense? I love the feel of them, Delia. That's why I love them so much. And I love the colors and I mean, cotton just doesn't look well. Every now and then you might see cotton that kind of looks like all bright and yummy like this, but it's not all, you know what I'm saying. There's something about them. And I think that's why I love them so much. Batiks are a bit stiffer than cotton, and once you wash batiks, it seems that they're really soft. They seem to soften long. I haven't washed any yet. I mean, I have some finished quilts that have nothing but teaks in them, but I don't really want to wash them right now. I might not ever wash them. Who knows? All right, here's the deal. My husband wanted to talk to me, and I knew he was going to call me, and it's that time for he's just got off his shift. So listen, we will be getting together today at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. I know it's not today your time, but it is my time. I'm in the future, you're still in the past. So I'll see you guys Saturday at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. We will probably, depending on my attitude, either A, I'll continue with what you saw me working on tonight because I don't want to work on what I really need to be working on, or B, I'll feel energetic and work on that last block, number 36. We'll see how I'm doing today on Saturday. I think mostly it's because I have this infection, and so I'm kind of, my brain's a little bit foggy. So that's why I haven't really tried to do the block this week, but I can work on Katie's Creative Chaos and get a lot more of that done because I really want to button up that one, and I want to finish getting I need to make a decision about my Star Climber on whether I want it to be the size of what's Fat Quarter Shop did for the 4-inch ones, or do I want to do a mini wall hanging with what I've already got done and go ahead and start sewing that together and show it to you? Because if I make it smaller, it will make it easier for me to quilt, and it can be a little mini um wall hanging. I can't make up my mind, but at the same time, I have really enjoyed doing Star Climber and the FPP. I am totally just, I am loving it. And I want to make more of those woven stars because they are the coolest thing ever. So anyway, you guys have a nice night. Thank you for hanging out the whole time you've been here. I don't know how many hours. It looks 6 hours. Wow. I've been running for 6 hours. So remember to live, laugh, love, and dream. And what do you do with that? You make something beautiful, but also you can take that same love of making something beautiful and do something beautiful for someone else to put a smile on their face, because you never know, it might change their whole life if you do that. So I will see you Saturday at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, as I said. And Bonnie says, Katie, don't forget to take your medicine. Yep, I just took it a few minutes ago, and you need a lot of rest. You're still healing. Yep, you're right. I do. So thank you, everyone, and I see you on the next live. Good night, everyone. Thank you, everyone.